I know.
It's like, I don't know, you said it was very funny.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That was my definitely.
Yeah. Partition. This is where the- well, Aaron, yeah, well, that's what-
Actually, you want to be right. That's one.
Yeah, yes. Right now. Right. Thanks. Like other thousands. Yeah. Okay, because I'm doing the next program, which is this like first. This program, yeah, that's like I do the first. Program. Yes. Do this. Yeah. I don't have to know anybody in the next program and they won't have gone through the program. There's people from the like here. Oh, okay. I know. They're doing the same class. Oh, they're gonna do the same thing. But I'm gonna be on this for the whole. Yeah, and I'm here, so you'll, what are you gonna be doing in the? Yeah. The drill. Yeah. Yeah, and then doing the work, so I'll be in those steps. Spend you have to stuff with you. No. Okay, so I have to like. Yeah. And I go to my. Go to the first page right here. Yeah. Page read. And then right here, you have everything. You all of the class quiz, there's all the quiz lists for all of this. Okay, you're gonna do that. That is right here. You're gonna start right here. Please look at it. Yeah. See, there's a password. And once you put in the password, you don't have to put in again. I already put in the password. Why are you going to go together? It's okay. No problem. So usually he only puts up to Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, questions aren't out. Oh, okay, so you have to check like all the time, please, you have to check every day, so mine's today at 5. But then yours could be anytime, usually it's 2 days. So the first one, I just like introduced. 40, seemed like maybe I'm like about my schedule would have been probably class and so you just kind of do like I just have every day what is 3 days begin at 6:30 after I get during the time of year, it's I have 10% over the weekend. And then We need to. Okay, so whatever materials class, it's in for you that on the same day. I think I'm the things that is something. Okay. But that's my tutor, and then every tutor, like feel it out like in the main tutor, just like person. Okay. And so these two next session, I need you are topics I want to like clear it up a little bit in my mind. Doing my bio. Yeah, so I'm doing writing questions. Didn't index a lot of yesterday questions. And but then I have to review, go in the class. I'm going to do here. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to decide what my and all that stuff. I'm on it's with this file and it's not here. They also have the course book right here, not the PowerPoints and the course book. So what I did is I don't know if you are. I downloaded so instead of carrying the big book around, I just like yeah, I kind of like having the hard paper, right? But I thought about using the PowerPoint and you have to make them in your phone. Yeah, I just put the PowerPoint here on my like that. The products, and then I use this for notes, and then I go over this while watching his lectures. Oh, it's you know, we have all the yeah, yeah, that's all probably. Yeah, because sometimes you'll be like, I don't know, like it's the anxiety. But when I'm doing the world, like for questions, I literally just do this. And then, oh, that's actually really good. I mean, even if you don't want anything else on here, just download it and then you do so much. Yeah. That's what I do with like first aid. That's what I did. Yeah, my new first aid stuff. So have you taken like an MBA? I did in the beginning of it. I also took in like I also took it the day after my coffee. Sundays yeah. Monday is well, I take it on the one starting score, so 20%, like 5% press in the class. So it's like possible. But I need to get what did you do? Yeah. While the rest of us, I'm like, we're like.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish up our behavioral science, go right into cellular phys. I had no idea. Well, I'm trying, you know, usually if I go into a store, my favorite label is clearance rack. As a, except when it comes to sweaters. Sweaters, that's just my favorite apparel. So that one, I just like designs. So when I go in a store, I look for different designs. And I get them in Chicago, in Champagne, man. South side of Chicago is where I go. Let me find my spot from yesterday. Delusional. Oh, yes, well, personality disorders, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, let's finish up our site, folks. We have finished up personality disorders, and we're gonna take it from here. 320, somebody said, the page you should be on. All right, everybody find the spot? All right, we're on opposition defiant. Opposition defiant is somebody who likes opposing people of authority, like police, firemen, teachers, parents. It's only people of authority, but they get along with anybody else. All right, so opposition defiant. They only have trouble with people who oppose authority. Conduct versus antisocial. Remember, lie, steal, cheat, destroy property, all without remorse. The gangbangers. Conduct is what you call it under age 18. Antisocial after 18, because now you're going to jail. Somatic symptom disorders. All right, so that means involving the body. First one, conversion disorder, is a neurological manifestation of an internal struggle. So something you're struggling with in your mind and it manifests neurologically. Good example is, let's see. Oh, let's say a young lady is afraid that her boyfriend might leave her. So all of a sudden she loses function of her legs. And that way he has to push her around in a wheelchair. And she's hoping that will make him stay. That just makes her feel better, but it's an internal struggle that she's dealing with. Another one is let's say a patient who slapped his girlfriend or his wife, and he comes in and says, my right hand doesn't move anymore. That's his remorse for slapping his girlfriend or wife, but he's not going to tell you he did that. He's just going to tell you my right hand is not moving anymore. All right, so a neurological, the key thing is it has to be a neurological manifestation, and they'll hint at what started it. They're not going to tell you outright what started it, but they're going to tell you about this thing going on in their life. All right, illness, anxiety, formerly called hypochondriac. Every time you see the person, they're worried about the same disease. It's conscious. Like for men, it's heart attacks. So let's say a man's brother died of a heart attack at age 42. The closer he gets to 42, he's in your office with every twinge of pain. He runs the emergency room for every twinge of pain. So he knows why he's going. He's worried about a heart attack. So illness, anxiety is conscious versus somatization disorder is not conscious. The person doesn't even know how sick they are. But every time you see them, they have a brand new complaint. That's the difference between illness, anxiety, and somatization. Somatization has a new complaint every time. And they're always convinced they have a new illness, almost just like medical students when they start reading about diseases. Every disease they read about, they swear they got it. Okay? So somatization has a new complaint every time, and they don't even know how sick they are. Why do we worry for them? Because they're of harm to themselves. How does that happen? They'll consent to any procedure you say we need to do. I had one young lady who had this. She was, I think, in her 30s. Beautiful twin girls that she brought to my office. And then when she found out I was med peace, she decided to switch over. And then it was one complaint after another. And now, I mean, every workup I did, nothing. Every workup I did, nothing turns up. And then she would just kind of snap out of it on her own and everything's fine again. And then one time her mother-in-law, right? It's those in-laws, man, they squeal on you. So anyway, mother-in-law comes and tells me, her name was Penny. She said, did Penny tell you about her last doctor? What last doctor? She can tell me about the end of the doctor. They never tell you what they did to the other doctor. He did a $2 million workup himself. So she's telling me, why don't you go to the hospital, look up these charts and then see what you think. I mean, the stack of charts was like this thing. I said, holy cow, that's classic somatization. She was telling me all new stories, so I would start working it up again, and that's what happens. But after I gave up my practice and came into teaching, I found out she ended up dying. That's what we're afraid of, because they'll consent to any procedure. If you say we need to do a colonoscopy, they say, yeah. We need to do a biopsy. We're gonna need to cut you up and take a biopsy of your liver. Okay, fine. And then they end up dying during one of the procedures. It's not like the doctor did anything wrong, but the thing is, he didn't know about all this other stuff that went on with it. Because unless somebody like her mother-in-law comes and tells you, you don't know. You don't know that she did the same thing with another doc. Right? They just think they're ill from something different and they want to be worked up. And so they go to a new doctor all the time.
They think they're ill, they're not.
Yeah, they're not making stuff. They actually are convinced that they're ill, but they're not ill.
Right.
Okay, and that's the sad part. It cripples their life because they're so consumed by this. Yes.
But physical exam, there's never. any-
Physical exam, nothing. But they're still convinced that they have that illness. All right, factitious disorder is somebody who fakes an illness just to get attention. That's it, just the attention. And the old Munchausen's, when a mom fakes her child's illness to get attention, is now under factitious. Okay, and then malingering is somebody who fakes an illness for secondary gain. Like they're in the middle of a lawsuit. A kid fakes an illness because there's a math test coming up today. He doesn't want to go to school. If they hint at any secondary gain, you cannot call it just factitious anymore. You have to call it malingering. Any questions so far? All right. When a mother is so sick that they will go far enough to make their child ill to play this mother role, then it's called factitious by proxy. It used to be called Munchausen by proxy. All right, that's the worst form. Why? Because they'll do whatever it takes to make their child ill so that you have to hospitalize that child. Why? Because they want to sit by the bedside, comb their hair, and take care of them. That way you can say, oh, she's such a great mother. You know, that's all they live for? That's the moment they live for. They want somebody to say, oh, she's just a great mother. There was one case where they could not figure out why this little girl kept coming in with UTIs, sepsis, from all these gram negatives and all these anaerobes. And they worked her up for so many fistulas. They said, there's got to be a fistula between her colon and her blood vessels. They never could find it. One day, the nurse walked into the room that they were at suddenly, and they found mom injecting feces in the IV. The bag is hanging right there. She would just inject it in there, and the kid would get all this gram-negative anaerobic infection. And so the doctors are thinking it's a fistula, not a fistula, it's mom. Yeah, that's the sad part. And then even sadder part is when you catch them. They end up, one article I reviewed, they end up killing a minimum 3 or 4 children before somebody even figures out what's going on. Why? Because everybody swears they're the best mother you ever seen. Think about it. Who would suspect them? They're always sitting by the bedside acting like a great mother. They just want to hear people say, oh, you're such a great mother. That's it. Okay? So what do we do now? There is a database that they've created so that any child who dies under suspicious circumstance, which means they can never tell who did it or what happened, every name of every adult goes into that data bank. That means if she ends up going to another town or she's involved with another child and her name pops up twice, the computer say, hey, wait a minute, this name is in here twice. And that's how they catch it. But do you understand? That means she has to kill 2 people before you catch her. Well, that's down from 4. That's the best we can do, folks. But that's not the sad part. The sad part is that there's a law out there that says, if you commit a crime when you're not in your right mind, you cannot be held liable for it. Imagine if you're the parent who just found out who killed your child, and then you find out you cannot put this person in jail. But it's the truth. That law still stands, okay? So what happens? She has to go into a psychiatric hospital. I mean, they're usually in there for years because it's hard to cure them because they cannot get out until they've been cured. But if they get cured, they're out because it's not really jail. Yes, sir. Yeah, is there a difference between faking somebody's illness? They put it on the factitious. If you make the person ill, then it's factitious by proxy. Yeah, so the proxy is the problem part. Yes. How do you distinguish between conversion and which one? Somatic symptoms, if they're both neurological? Good question. The person with somatoform disorder may have neurological at the time you see them, but if you look throughout the history, they have at least 3 or 4 other organ systems that they've complained about. Whereas conversion, it's always neurological. Yeah, so the history can separate them. All right, moving on. Conversion disorder, we just talked about, it has to be a neurological manifestation of some internal struggle. Hypochondriac or illness, anxiety, they're worried about the same illness all the time, and it is conscious. Okay, because again, you need psychotherapy and SSRIs to deal with this, just like all the other ones we talked about. Somatization, remember, has a new illness every time you see them, and they're of harm to themselves because they'll consent to anything you ask them to consent to. And symptoms must be present for at least 6 months. Factitious versus malingering. Factitious fakes an illness for the attention. Malingering has to have secondary gain. Factitious by proxy is the mother, all these are almost always mothers, who goes as far as making their child ill. Anybody see this one on Dr. Phil? The girl, well, she's got a website. She killed her own mother. Yeah, because her mother had factitious by proxy. So all her childhood, she just felt like her child was stolen from her by her mom. Because her mom convinced her she had leukemia one time, she had this seizure disorder one time. So she was going hospital, workup after workup. And of course, they don't find anything. And so her whole life was spent being hospitalized in and out, medication in and out. And yet this girl had no illnesses whatsoever. That was all mom. And so when she found out that it was called factitious by proxy, she killed her mom. You know, because she felt, you denied me of my entire childhood, having convinced I was sick all the time. Anyway, it's a sad case, but she has her own website talking to other people. Wait a minute, hang on, she's first, go ahead.
So somatic symptoms.
Somatic symptoms, things that have a new illness every time you see them. They're not faking it, they truly believe it. Yes, they truly believe it, yeah.
We don't actually like have.
Yeah, conversion disorder, they just tell you they have a problem. So like the girl who makes her legs go numb so that she can be in a wheelchair. When you test her with pins and needles, she can feel everything. She said, and she can try to fake it, I can't feel anything, but when you stick that needle, her leg twitches. That means you did feel it.
So in all of the labs.
Oh, labs are normal. You don't find, yeah, there's no abnormal labs or, because remember, it's all psychological. All right, Jess? Yeah. When you test it, their neuroexam is completely normal. Yeah. No, it can be any system. Yeah. Right. Right. All right, so factitious by proxy. Dissociative disorders. Dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personalities. All right, that's when somebody creates a new personality with a feature they cannot handle. This happens a lot in children when they see a natural disaster, especially, you know, their mom or dad or brother or sister, aunt or uncle died in a natural disaster. They can't stand seeing that their loved one got ripped apart by the tornado. So they say, well, Charlie saw it. And then Johnny's over here. I'm now Johnny. Charlie's the guy who saw people get ripped apart because they don't want to handle that vision in their mind. That's the social identity. Now, the problem is they can be that identity and be over here, and then they go back to normal, be over here. But one day the two identities collide with each other. That's the problem, which means now the child it's usually an adult. They have to face the truth. All right, and they have to. And so that's why you want to catch up with this and help them deal with it, because it becomes devastating when they find out they're also that other person. Okay. So multiple personality. Dissociative amnesia used to be called fugue. This is where somebody just blocks out a very traumatic event. The event is blocked out. So remember, dissociative identity creates a whole new personality with something they cannot handle, versus dissociative amnesia. You just choose to block out one event that happened to you. Okay. So they used to call it fugue. And a lot of homeless people have this because you ask them, hey, who's your dad? I don't know. Well, living as a dad and a mom, but they have no clue. They have no dad, no mom. Who was your doctor before now? I don't know. They have no past. That's how you know this. They just blocked it out. I mean, they're doing just fine, but they've blocked it out. If somebody in the past does not run into them and remind them about what happened in the past, That's it. They'll just keep walking straight ahead. Nobody knows why they can't remember anything about their past. Everybody has a past history, but you'll see a lot of homeless people who just come in. We had a separate homeless clinic for them because they always say they have no past. And so it's hard for you to figure out who was their past doctor. So we just created a clinic so for homeless people. That way, some of us, we would rotate every month. You just take care of whoever comes in there homeless. Because trying to find past charts, you're not gonna find them. Because they don't know their doctor, they don't know their mom, they don't know their dad, they don't know any brothers or sisters. Yeah, so anyway, so we want them to still get help. All right, that's dissociative amnesia. Defense mechanisms, big picture. A defense mechanism is when your conscious throws up something to protect your subconscious. Oh, sorry, the other way. Your subconscious, because we throw it up without even thinking about it. As your subconscious throws up a defense to protect your conscious. There's something you can't handle, so you throw up a wall. Everybody does them. Okay, it's just some of them are more mature than others. That's the key. Know which ones are mature, which ones are immature. Passive aggressive is doing by not doing. Okay, does by not doing. Who do you think is better passive aggressive? Saba, men or women? Men, what do you think? Anders, men or women? Huh? Women, what do you think? Just men or women? Women, what do you think, Abigail? Yeah, women got men beat on this one, man. Come on. It's not even close. If a woman is mad at you, she wants you to figure out that she's mad and figure out why she's mad. Why do you guys think men are that smart? We ain't that smart. We can't figure that out. All right. So let's say my wife is pissed off and she ain't gonna tell me nothing till I get home. And then somehow I figure it out. I say, honey, what's for dinner? She said, well, what did you bring home? Uh-oh. I start running every date through my head, birthdays, anniversaries. I said, okay, that means I missed something. I missed something. I can't figure it out. I said, oh, you want to go out to dinner? Nope. You want to stay in and order out? Nope. You want to go for some ice cream? Nope. You want to just curl up on the couch? Nope. Okay, why you acting like that? Acting like what? See, does by not doing. Okay, by not interacting with you, she knows it's going to drive you crazy, but she can always say, I didn't do anything to you. That's what passive aggressive is. Okay. Anyway, denial is when you don't face the truth. What phase of grief is that, Chris? Yeah, first phase. All right. So denial is when you don't want to face the truth. It's a conscious decision. I don't feel like facing it. All right. Fantasy is a form of denial. This is the mother or father, 99% are mothers, but the occasional fathers I've heard about, that make up the bedroom to look exactly the way it was when the day the child died, as if the child's gonna be coming back to that bedroom. But I found out, you know, Princess Diane, her boyfriend, whatever his name was, his father stuck did a special on him. He has his butlers, which means he's pretty wealthy. The butlers have his room exactly the way it was the day he left with Princess Diana and got killed. I remember he had a pair of shoes right on the edge of his bed, and he insists, leave it right there. That's what fantasy is, because in their mind, it makes them think, oh yeah, one day he'll come back. He doesn't, but it makes them feel better. Isolation of affect is also a denial, a form of denial. But you deny a feeling, notice affect, you deny a feeling to benefit somebody else. Like when a husband says, well, I gotta be strong for my wife. Or a wife says, well, I need to be strong for my husband. Or a best friend says, I need to be strong for my friend. That's isolation of affect. Okay? That means I'll deal with it later on. Right now, I gotta be strong for my mother, that kind of thing. That's what isolation of affect is. It's a form of denial, but you're consciously denying it to be there for somebody else. All right, repression is subconscious. Subconsciously blocking out a feeling or an emotion. Like when you hear about repressed feelings, the person doesn't even know that they hid those feelings till something brings them out. Like a young lady, let's say a little girl who got molested by an uncle or something like that. She blocks out her childhood up until that point. That was the only way she can go forward. But as an adult female, she hates all men, and she has no idea why she hates all men. She hates the preacher. She hates the priest. She doesn't even know why she hates them. But she hates all men. That's because she's never dealt with this until she goes for some psychotherapy and somehow they discover it. And then she's like, oh my God, that explains it. Okay. All right. That's repression. Regression is when you go back to an infantile way of acting, like when you start acting out, throwing a tantrum, Now, everybody does this. When you go to see your mama and you curl up next to her in a fetal position, that's regression, but that's okay. As long as you get up off the couch one day and leave, all right? But now if you start living with your mama and you still curl up in a fetal position all the time, then we got a problem. Okay, but that's regression. Projection is when you put your thoughts into somebody else. Put your thoughts into somebody else. Like, let's say if I want some ice cream, come home, say, hey, babe, you want some ice cream? Or you just say, babe, I bet you want some ice cream, don't you? At that very moment, you can taste the ice cream. We're off to DQ. That's projection. You can put your thoughts into somebody else anytime you want. It's called advertising. What do you think makes you want to buy all that stuff you buy? When you watch TV, all of a sudden they're projecting thoughts into your head. And then all of a sudden you want to buy that. You want to go get that food. You want to get that soda. You want to get that drink. That's what advertising is, projection. Well, projection is the most powerful when it's done to the sides of your retina. Now, how many of you knew that? Versus head on. They actually did this study a long time ago. They used to have, when you go into a grocery store, you guys don't know about this because this is a long time ago. The grocery store used to have all the groceries on one wall like this. So you would just walk along and then kind of look like that and decide what you want. But people that did not spend that long looking at things when it's head on. When they found out it's better when it goes to the size of your retina, they created aisles in stores. See, you guys now see aisles in every store you go to, but that was not always the case. Okay, that's because let's say you're walking down the cereal aisle and all of a sudden, yeah, Cocoa Puffs. Oh, Cocoa Puffs. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, all of a sudden you stand there for 30, 40 seconds looking at Cocoa Puffs before you know it. And yeah, why not? You throw a box in you. They actually studied it. And they found that people were more likely to buy something as long as it goes this way. Let me tell you now. When you go through the line, okay, and when you go to checkout line, another study found out that projection is strongest when it's associated with something that's pleasurable. In America, folks, sex is the most pleasurable act. That's why you always hear in advertising, sex sells. That's why sex is used in everything, sports, everything, everywhere. Look at this. Now, I know as soon as I said that, the women think I'm talking about just the men. Let me tell you about you guys. All right, so when you walk to checkout, Cosmopolitan magazine is nothing but a bunch of ads. Okay? This is one of the most popular magazines, longest running, thick as all heck, but it sells, women buy it like crazy. Have you noticed that every Cosmopolitan magazine has sex in 3 bold black letters all the time? Next time you go to the store, check it out, see if I made it up. There's always an article about sex. So they highlight that sex, big one, sex. Why? That way, if you're female and you walk by sex, ooh, let me see that. And then, and 5 ways to have them screaming for more. That's what it says. next issue. 10 ways to have them helpless in your arms. 11 ways to have them calling out your name every day. I'm like, damn, how many ways are there? You know? So, you know, one time I got curious. I said, let me check this out. How many ways did they come up with? So, you know, of course, I said, let me take this magazine. Let me go look up the other aisles. Let me check this out. Man, there was nothing new in there. All they put in there was the same thing everybody else knows. You know, when they talk about, you know, 5 ways to have a scream, nah. If you want a man screaming for more, all you gotta just say, come get it. There it is. He's coming screaming. You don't need no 11 ways, 6 ways, or 5 ways. You know, and then they had a series where they were talking about all the spots that'll make you scream. Yeah, G spot, you know, but then after that it was A, B, C, D spot, E, F, G, K, L, M, N, O, P spot. Good Lord, man, that's somebody that has spots. You need a GPS now to have sex. Go. Now it's just a look to the left, no look to the right. Okay, settle down. You have now arrived. Okay. GPS, just to have sex. Well, again, they know how to just title it so that women buy it. But there's nothing in there of scientific research. They just make stuff up. Okay, but they know all about this research from way back. All you gotta do is have sex in there. If you go to auto show, how come they always have a cutie standing next to the car? You don't even know why you came near that Impala or that Chrysler. Okay, you look at magazines in the stores, truck magazines. There's a woman with a bikini right next to the truck. What the hell's a bikini got to do with the truck? Nothing. But all of a sudden, ooh, 4-wheel drive. Man, I'm thinking I'm tired of my 2-wheel drive. I think 4 wheels are better for this winter. Next one, ooh, 18-wheelers. Man, maybe 4-wheel drive is not good enough. Maybe I need 18 wheels. You start thinking about that stuff just because there's a bikini next to it. Okay. So anyway, they know what they're doing. In pharmaceuticals, you know, they choose carefully who's going to be visiting doctors. The cute faces, the cute women, and the handsome men are the ones chosen to go visit doctors. They read the same thing. Why? Because they're the ones more likely to gain entry into their office. Because if the doctor finds them attractive, they say, okay, yeah, what do you got? What do you got? All of a sudden, he gives you 10 minutes to make your spell. But if he doesn't find you attractive, then I don't like that drug. It's got nothing to do with the damn drug. It's your face. Either he finds you attractive or doesn't find you attractive. So these companies choose carefully, folks. Because I remember when I was a student, there was this one cute drug rep. She sold for Suboxone, second generation cephalosporin. You should see what goes through that hospital when she showed up. I mean, as soon as she showed up, all of a sudden, word goes, what? She's here? She's here? I mean, all these doctors come running down. All of a sudden, the doctor's lounge is packed. And I mean, I'm trying to get in there. Hey, what's going on? She's here. Oh, she's here. Well, they can move over. I mean, let me get a clue too. I mean, she would pack the doctor's lounge every time she walked in that place. And one time I ran into her at in Washington. I was there for a conference, and we started talking. And she said she took the drug to be the #1 sales in the whole, all Peoria area. That's how cute she was. Every doctor let her in their office. I'm telling you, folks, this is not by accident. They know who to choose. And she sold it so well. You know what they did? They put her on a lobbying team for Washington. They said, if the men are willing to open their door for you in Peoria, they'll open the door for you in Washington. You go convince them or whatever we want you to convince them. And she was very successful. Okay, but the companies chose her for that reason. Just so you know, when even when the guys come, you look at the guy, you see, man, he's kind of good looking. There was a reason why they chose him. Okay. Anyway, this is based on real old information, but it's out there. Projection, displacement. When you take it out on someone or something else, you're mad at your boss, you kicked the wall. The wall didn't do anything to you, but you felt better kicking it. Okay, displacement. Take it out on someone or something else. Undoing is hard to do. You got to do the exact opposite of what you used to do. And that's hard to do. Okay, but the one that they use on test questions, a guy used to set fires. Now he's a fireman putting out fires. That's about as close you're going to get. Okay, because if you cannot undo something, what do? You do something to make up for it. Right? You do something to make up for it. That's called compensation. Because you cannot undo it. So let's say a guy abandons his children and when he was younger, and of course now they're grown and gone, and they hate him. Okay, so what does he do? He donates to an orphanage to help other children that were abandoned. So that's compensation because he cannot take back what he did, so you cannot undo it, but he can make up for it. Okay, yes, sir.
If he adopts some children.
If he adopts the children with the thought that he's trying to give the children a life now that because he never gave his children a life, then that's called the same thing. No, it's still compensation because you cannot undo what he did in the past.
We can't do anything.
Right, you can't. That's why I said undoing is hard to do. But the example I gave you is the one they always use. Yeah, that's the closest you're gonna get. Reaction formation is when you react opposite to how you feel. So let's say you're sad, so you act extra happy. That way everybody thinks you're so happy. Nobody would ever ask you if you're sad. Couple of songs reflect this. Oh man, what's that? Smokey Robinson, Tears of a Clown. Remember he's sad about his breakup, so he puts on the face of a clown so that nobody knows. And then Temptations, I Wish It Would Rain. He had a breakup with his girlfriend. He wanted it to rain. That way everybody thinks the tears are the rain running down his face. That's what reaction formation is. You react opposite to how you feel, but that's your way of hiding from it. Okay, counterphobia behavior, you're trying to counter your phobia. Okay, so let's say, like me, I got to fear heights, right? I had one medical student years ago. He had the same thing. He said, I used to have acrophobia too. I said, well, how'd you get rid of it? He said, I took up flying. He got his pilot's license. He took up flying, get in a cockpit, seeing clouds coming at you like that. I said, dude, I'm a wreck back here in the seat. You tell me I should get in the cockpit? Nah, it ain't gonna happen. Another one is people who take a bungee jumping to get rid of, because once you jump off that bridge, that's it. You're cured, because either you're cured or you're gonna die. That's the only two choices left. Okay, that's why I can't even get on a bridge, let alone tie something around my ankle. No way. You know, but that's what he did. That's what kind of phobia behavior is. You're doing something to counter your phobia. So easy to remember. All right, imitation, exactly again, what it says. Again, it can be positive or negative, right? That's called role models. If you give children something positive, they imitate that. Give something negative, they imitate that too. All right, that's why I was talking about that Big Brother, Big Sister program, or helping in the children's center here. Because if you don't give children something positive, then you should not cry when they do something negative, because they follow what they saw. Okay, well, make them see something positive. Okay, all right, that's imitation. You're trying to be like someone. I want to be like Mike, like kids practicing Allen Iverson moves or Michael Jordan moves. That's imitation. Okay, versus identification. You want to have something in common with somebody. Like when you wear Allen Iverson shoes, you wear Michael Jordan shoes. That's identification. Now you have something in common with that person. Okay. That's used a lot in advertising as well, right? That's why you have athletes advertising things or celebrities advertising, because identification is very strong. Idealization is when you feel like everything's got to be ideal. Now, women are better at this than men, but it creates a problem. If you think everything's got to be ideal, that means you're not willing to accept less than ideal. So let's say, a woman will say, I want a man like that, and it's usually similar to her dad. If her dad was a good man, she wants a man just like her dad. That means any man less than that, she just sometimes sabotage the relationship and it just doesn't work. But then she's still by herself for many, many years and can't find a guy. And she doesn't realize she's the one sabotaging the whole thing because of idealization. All right. So rather than developing a relationship, she just immediately says, no, this is not the right guy. And, instead of letting it develop. All right, that's idealization. Idolization is creating idols and giving them credit for your success. Like the runner who thought, I can't remember his name, Johnson or something like that. He used to wear golden shoes when he ran. Anybody know who I'm talking about? Johnson? Yeah, it was Johnson, right? Okay, yeah. So this guy thought the golden shoes is the reason why he's so fast. I mean, that's just God-given talent. They got nothing to do with the shoes. But in his mind, it was the shoes. Okay? So he would never run without his golden shoes. Hey, that's idolization. Another good place to see idolization, bingo halls. Every Sunday, man. You see all these little old ladies? They got beanie babies on one side, rabbits over here, and all kinds of dolls everywhere. And it's got to be in a certain order. So if you bump their tail, they get mad. Hey, here we go. And now I got to put that monkey right here. I got the rabbit over here. Because that's how I won. Last time, 1929, I won one good bingo. Yeah, it was 1929, 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay, fine, if you think so. Anyway, that's idolization. Sexualization, obviously men are better at this than women are. Sexualization is making something sexual out of everything that happens. So let's say you're walking down the street with your buddy on a windy day, and all of a sudden you say, hey man, check that out. Check out what? Look at that tree, man. Oh, look at how it sways in the wind. Sways in the wind like the hips of a good looking woman. You don't see that, man? You don't see that? Hey, dude, you want to be alone with this tree or something, man? I'll come back and pick you up on the way back. That's sexualization, making something sexual out of everything. Men are good at that. Women, there's some women who do the same thing too. All right, transference is when you project. Well, transference is a type of projection. So it's under projection. Transference is when the patient projects onto the doctor. A good one I've seen several times is, let's say the patient has a very dominant father who, abused her and, caused all kinds of problems. And then one day while she's talking to her psychiatrist, the psychiatrist just says something in the wrong way. And she said, you can't talk to me like that. And you can't, and then she starts going on like she's talking to her father. Now, if the psychiatrist understands what's going on, you just stay silent, let her go ahead and go off. And then when she finishes, you say, Miss Smith, do you realize that's what you've been wanting to say to your father? All of a sudden, oh my God, you're right. So it can be a very eye-opening moment if the doctor understands what's going on. But if the doctor does not, somebody's screaming at in your face like that, you start getting mad too. Before you know it, it's a bad situation. All right, question. Transference and countertransference is always between patient and doctor. So when a patient transfers, when a patient projects onto you, the doctor, that's transference. When a doctor projects onto the patient, that's countertransference. In my mind, that's counterproductive. All right, meaning you will get yourself in trouble every time, folks. Good example is a psychiatrist, and you got a battered woman coming in to see him for a follow-up appointment. And she says, "Doctor, I can't take it anymore. My husband beat me up again last night." And then he slips up. He says, "Oh, well, what do you think you did to deserve it?" Oh, boy. Now she can turn around and sue you for that. Wrong statement. Because now you projected your thoughts about women into the conversation. And that's what I always tell you, do not bring your beliefs to work. You can have your beliefs, but keep it outside the door. Why? Because anybody who comes to your door, you have to be able to take care of them. You can't start letting your beliefs get in the way, because you will be sued and lose everything you own when you do that. Because you'll slip up. You'll slip up, say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, do it the wrong way, and all of a sudden somebody just takes you to court and takes everything away from you. All right, that's why I always say, leave your beliefs outside the door when you come to work as a doctor. Because we took a Hippocratic oath. That's how the lawyers have sued doctors. Doc, you took an oath. That's a contract. You know, they know contract. You signed a contract that says you would take care of anybody for any reason and not discriminate. Are you telling us you've changed your mind? Why did you not drop out of medicine then? They rip you apart on the witness stand. And then you lose. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's these two terms. Yes. How do you deal with people who don't want to get vaccinated? Yeah, you talk very softly. Yeah, you have to try to convince people. Remember, somebody convinced them they should not get the vaccine. Well, I got to be the opposing voice then. I'm going to try to convince them they should get the vaccine. Yeah, so you don't just accept, oh yeah, well, okay, well, they're non-vaxxers. I'm not going to say anything. No, you're allowed to say something, but you just say it in a scientific manner. Here's what the stats are. Here's a chance of getting the infection. I always tell them about the 1 to 3%. You know, oh, my sister's child got the flu from the vaccine. I said, well, there's only a 1 to 3% chance of that happening. So it is possible. But do you want to take the 97% chance, or you want the 1 to 3% chance? So nobody ever told them that. They just remember, oh, my nephew got sick. So they think everybody gets sick now. Remember the sinus thrombosis and with the COVID. The first one that happened, they made the news. Every channel was talking about it like we're all going to get venous thrombosis in our brains now and just drop dead. The first woman ever, when that happened, and they said, okay, well, hold up on the vaccines. Let's count up how many cases have actually been reported. 6 cases. How many shots? 71 million. See? And that's why they said, nah, continue the shots. But it took, that's what you're supposed to do. Bring out the real numbers. Because otherwise, the internet, people just believe it. One time they read, oh, somebody got a virus and they died. But now they think everybody's going to die from it. And all of our women, remember, women are hypercoagulable. But people don't know that. They get swayed by one bad story. The physicians were supposed to make our case based on science. That's why I got mad, because so many physicians started getting into that emotional crap. Once you start getting emotional like a mother, mothers are emotional. That's their job. They're trying to protect their children. But if you start getting emotional with them, you're not practicing pediatrics anymore. Okay? And you're going to get yourself sued, because you cannot do that. You can't start getting emotional. Statistics say, articles say, research says. That's how we're supposed to talk as doctors. Not get emotional because my sister and this happened and my brother. No, you start talking like that, you're in the wrong field. Okay, we can't practice medicine based on that. All right, so that's next month. Rationalization is when you make an excuse for your behavior. That's if you do it before the fact. If you do it after the fact, then it's called justification. And then intellectualization is when you want to know everything about a certain topic to make yourself feel like you have control over it. Best example is always a patient in cancer. Almost every time it's always been cancer. Because especially when it's a rare cancer. You get on the internet, download every article about that same rare cancer all over the world. It may be just 10 cases. All right, 10 cases out of 8 billion people. But they want to tell you about it. Oh, did you hear about this one in Switzerland? Did you hear about this one in New England, all that? And that just makes it feel better. But it doesn't change the prognosis. Okay, so intellectualization. The 5 most mature defense mechanisms. First one, humor. Of course, that's mine. I always say you got to learn to laugh at yourself more than anything else, man. I learned that early on. learn how to make other people laugh too, if you want to stay alive. Growing up on the south side of Chicago, man, let me tell you, humor keeps you out of fights. All right, so I remember one time I got caught in the wrong neighborhood. Our neighborhood, one street, safe, not so safe. Okay, 31st Street. All right, so I got caught over here. Why? Because a buddy wanted to go visit his girlfriend. And I remember while we were waiting for him, he's like, oh man, it's getting dark. You know, you got to be out of this neighborhood by 5 o'clock. You know, it's just all these unwritten rules because we're in the wrong neighborhood. And he just kept making out with his little woman. And we're like, man, we can't leave our buddy alone. All right, so we said, okay, let's stay here with him. And then finally he got done and said, okay, let's go. And then we started walking down the street. And my spider senses were up. I turned around, man, there was about 8 or 10 guys following us. I said, okay, the significance of my friendship says, I'm gonna warn you guys, there's about 10 guys behind us and there's 3 of us. We're about to get our asses whooped right now. So that means I'm gonna tell you right now, if they say boo, I'll talk to you tomorrow. So I'm gonna be at home after that. All right, because hey, I got jets at my feet. I'm telling you, in Africa, we know how to run from animals, everything else. Yeah. So I mean, I warned him, I'm not gonna be around. So anyway, one buddy named Victor, he muscular guy, he just think he's a big man. I said, you're on your own, bro. Okay, because as soon as they said, hey, that's it, dust, I was gone, man. And then we saw Victor later on, and Victor looked a little roughed up. And we said, hey, Vic, what happened, man? I told you guys they were coming. I told you when they said boo, I'm going up. I'm gone. Yeah, man, I stood my ground. I said, I don't know, Vic, you look a little roughed up. What do you mean, stood your ground? Anyway, that's what happens. You're in the wrong place. So the key is make people laugh. So here was another time. I think 4 guys caught me. Same thing, wrong neighborhood. So one guy had me pinned to the wall like this, and I knew they respect mothers, okay? So he said, who you here with? I had to think real fast. I said, Francis, they got you 4-on-1. I don't want to get pummeled, man. I said, okay, they respect mothers. That's my wheel spinning real fast. So he said, who you here with, man? I said, my mother. As soon as they looked around to see my mother, I was this way. I was gone, man. They started cracking up. I said, yeah, I'm alive, though. Man, oh man. I'm saying you got to use super to crack me up. I remember another guy who picked up basketball. He started pushing on me. I could tell he wanted to fight. I'm not going to fight over a pickup game, man. Come on, we just want to play some ball. I said, man, take the ball. Don't worry about it. I don't care about the call. And he said, come on, man. He said, now, back those days, you say your mama, we fight. You never make fun of somebody's mother. People are very protective of their mothers. But I said, nah, I don't want to fight about this, right? So he was bigger than me too. So he said, your mama. I said, man, okay, tell you what, when I get home, I'm gonna tell my mama you're asking about her. She's doing fine. All right. So he started giggling a little bit. I said, okay, I got him now. So then he said, man, go to hell. I said, well, I went to hell, but I didn't like your mama's cooking, so I came back. So he's just laughing now, man. That's it. Fight was over with. You got to know how to make people laugh so that the fight just stops. Because how are you gonna fight somebody when you're laughing? You just don't. Now, I didn't know that was sense of humor. I got it from a guy named Dennis. Dennis was one of my best friends. He died of alcoholism. I was so sad when I heard that. But Dennis was one of the funniest guys I've ever seen. He can make anything funny, okay? And I mean, and this was in 7th and 8th grade. Every day, we'd all be waiting. Is Dennis here yet? Is Dennis here? Nobody wants to start class, so Dennis got there. Because Dennis would make the day so much fun because he'd be cracking jokes. We'd all be laughing. I mean, it was so much fun to listen to his jokes. And I thought, man, that's pretty neat. That people like laughing. If you can make them laugh, you make their day. That's how I started experimenting with actually making people laugh. Now, if people I grew up with back then saw me now, they would never believe it. Because I was the nerd. I was the nerd when I was growing up in the neighborhood. So I was that guy who was always in the books. I wasn't into girls. I wasn't into sports and nothing like that. And so speaking in front of people, no way, I wouldn't do it. I was scared. And so now when they find out, what, you talk in front of people every day? No way, so I can tell them, oh, the old me, this is a new me now, okay? So anyway, humor is a very powerful defense mechanism. If you want, that way you can laugh through your pain, folks. That's what helps. All right, anyway, altruism is when you put others before self. That's what doctors are supposed to do. Put others before self. That means save their life over yours. All right, a mother does it for her child. A mother will run in front of a car that was about to hit her child. That's altruism. All right, sublimation is when you exchange something bad with something good. So let's say your friend dies. Rather than being depressed and sulking about it, what do? Write poetry about it. Or you start a fund in their name. Go fund me now. It's done all the time. That's what sublimation is. The Susan B. Komen breast cancer research was sublimation. The young lady who started it, her sister died of breast cancer. And because it was so painful for her, she just thought in her mind, I never want another woman to have to go through this. Boom, she started Susan B. Komen. And now is the largest foundation in America. I mean, one person started all that. Anyway, suppression, yes. No, suppression, remember, is conscious. Repression is subconscious, yeah. Suppression is when you put away a feeling or an emotion for the moment, okay? Like, let's say your results are gonna come out in a few days. Now you can sit there and cry and whine and think, oh, I failed. Or you can say, well, let me just wait till I see the results. That means I'm gonna suppress the feelings for now, worry about it when I get the results. Okay, that's suppression, that's conscious. You made that conscious decision. Now, like you're in church, you suppress laughter because church is not the right place to break out laughter. You know, or maybe you're in church and suddenly you see that you're standing behind the guy that whooped your butt back in 8th grade. You said, man, I got slapped him real good in the back of the head. Stick around long enough to see if indeed inflammation is the first sign of, if swelling is the first sign of inflammation, then I'll be out the door before the Lord gets me. Yeah, right. Like the Lord can't get you before that. Okay. Yes. Isolation or affect versus suppression is the question. Isolation or affect is very specific when you say, I want to be there for my wife. I want to be there for my husband. I want to be there for my friend. You have to say that. You got it in the vignette. It'll make it clear who you're trying to protect. Yeah. Suppression is just you putting away your feelings for the moment. Yeah, just so, and then express it later on. Philanthropy is a good one, right? Monetary giving to those less fortunate. Philanthropy, monetary giving to those less fortunate. Okay. And then a lot of miscellaneous stuff now they're under DSM-5. Feeding and eating disorders didn't used to be DSM-5, but they are now. PICA is strange cravings for things that are not food. One young lady I had, she would eat the foam out of furniture. Imagine, drove the mom crazy. I can't get new furniture, doc, she'll eat it. Imagine worrying that your daughter's gonna eat the damn furniture. But she would cut into the furniture and eat the foam out of there. All right, anytime you see pica, you must rule out iron deficiency anemia and lead poisoning. And I believe she has severe iron deficiency anemia. Mom didn't know that's what would cause it. Pregnant women, that's how they get pica. Okay. Now, pregnancy and women in general can get it from progesterone alone. Progesterone can cause pica. Think about why you guys get the munchies right before menses when progesterone is the highest. Yep. So a pregnant woman will ask you for strange things that got no business being put together. And then worse than that, she'll ask for it at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, but your job as a husband, go get it. Put it down on the table and then walk away from the table. Don't ask any questions. Because remember, progesterone also makes you angry and violent. So don't ask any questions at that time. Anyway, anorexia nervosa, eating disorders and bulimia. Anorexia is a person who thinks they're overweight no matter how skinny she is. Most of them are she, that's why I'm saying it that way, okay? She thinks she's overweight no matter how skinny she is. Normal BMI, 18.5, 24.5. So the first group they give you is 16 or 17, is below. And she's saying, hey doc, I just need to lose 10 more pounds. What? She's not even a normal BMI, and she still thinks she got to lose 10 more pounds. So all of them have body dysmorphia. They don't see their body the normal way, okay? Now, what's the psychiatric problem here? Oh no, let me give a few more features. So the low BMI is the first clue. Second, she lost her period a long time ago, because remember, you need body fat to make estrogen. She stopped making estrogen a long time ago. and she's growing a lot of hair on her body because she doesn't have that much estrogen. She now has excess androgens. Okay, so 3 good clues that I use. The reason why I say that is because nausea, the vomiting that they get, bulimics do the same thing. Using diuretics, using laxative, bulimics do the same thing. That's why you got to know which features are specific, so it allows you to click and move. That's what I've just given you. Psychiatric problem that they have is usually a young lady trying to look perfect in the eyes of her mother. That's why it's under DSM-5 now, because they wanted to address that. All right. They always describe mom as a well-dressed executive female. She's achieved higher education, all that stuff. And she's always on her daughter. Come on, I'm tired of seeing all these C's. Come on, you got to get A's and B's. You got to achieve more and all that stuff. And then one day it gets worse. She says, man, look at you. You put on so much weight. You need to lose some of that weight. And then the child thinks, man, if I can just lose some weight, maybe I'll make mommy happy. Well, weight loss is not going to make mommy happy. But she thinks it is. Since mommy complains about her weight as well as all the other things, well, I'll start with weight loss. And then it gets out of hand. She just refuses to eat. Okay? Anorexia nervosa. Bulimia nervosa is a person who eats, feels guilty, and then has purging behavior. Purging behavior means ram your hands in your throat so you vomit, use a laxative, use a diuretic, okay? Or exercise for like 3 or 4 hours as a way to get rid of it. That's the key. You gotta overeat, feel guilty, and then purging behavior. Because if you don't have purging behavior, then we just call it binge eating disorder, BED. So that's the biggest difference between BED versus bulimia. Bulimia will do purging behavior. BED just feels guilty because they ate too much. That means that can happen to any of us. All right, so bulimia nervosa. Bulimia nervosa, psychiatric problem, is a female, again, almost always females, trying to look perfect in the eyes of her boyfriend, but she likes to eat. And she doesn't understand that since the food hits your stomach, you absorb some of it. And so that's why she's usually at the top end of normal or just above normal in BMI. Notice, complete opposite to anorexia. The rule is if they have any electrolyte problems, especially potassium, you have to hospitalize them. Because Hannah knows what's the most common cause of death for both of these young ladies. Any idea, Hannah? Most common cause of death for anorexia and bulimia? Is on the test, they'll say heart failure. They always say heart failure. But the heart failure comes from the arrhythmias, from the hypokalemia. Yeah. Then if they want to be in direct find, you'll still find the answer. Yeah, that's why they say any electrolyte problem, you better hospitalize it, because that's what they're going to die from. They don't even know they're in danger of dying. They just vomit, and they don't know. They lose a lot of potassium. Okay? All right. Yes. Why do they? It's just a pica that they have. Pica means they'll eat anything strange. Yeah, not just ice or like this little girl who's eating foam. Or eat cigarette butts. I've seen one that was eating cigarette butts. None of it makes sense. And that's the thing. Pica just causes strange cravings. Laurent? Why do we use amphetamines for binge eating? Because amphetamines, remember, are taken up presynaptically, and then they go into the vesicles and displace all your catecholamines. If your body goes into a sympathetic tone, you lose your appetite. That's what all the time amphetamines. Yep. All right, moving on. Anorexia nervosa, I already told you about, and bulimia, same thing. The key is to know the key features. Obviously, again, remember, if they got electrolyte problems, hospitalized. And then CBT, that means get a psychiatrist to talk to them. Remember, talk to the patient first, and then we know that SSRIs work for both of them. Okay, so in that order. Sexual deviance. What's the big picture? The big picture is this. Society has the right to set the rules about sexual acceptability or not. So here's the rules. Society says what two consenting adults do behind closed doors, we don't care. Society does not make any statements about your sexuality until you bring it outside. As long as you're behind closed doors, we don't care what you do. All right? Because you got masochists and sadists who live happily ever after. Nobody complains? We don't even know. Then there's no problem. So watch out for questions where it's normal. So the question will say, the question says, which sexual deviance is this? And first sentence, a man and his wife did, I said, oh, hell, it's normal. There's a man and his wife, who cares what they do? Everybody understand me? Don't go reading that long vignette only to find out this is normal. I don't care what they do, okay? It doesn't mean that you have to do the same thing. You just gotta know whatever they do behind closed doors, it's their business, okay? We accept behind closed doors, it's your business. So if a man feels that he's gotta put on his wife's panties, because that's what excites her, put the damn things on. That's right. If he's gotta ride around the room on top of a goat, boy, I tell you, that's what it takes to excite her. Ride that damn goat. Now, if you come outside wearing your wife's panties, we got a problem. And definitely if you're still riding the goat, we got a real problem. So that's the problem. As long as you do behind closed doors, we never make a judgment call. Everybody understand that? All right, let's go through them, so be careful. I've seen a lot of questions where the answer was no, normal, because it was a man and his wife or a man and his girlfriend. I just stopped reading right after that, okay? All right, sexual deviance. So notice the first one, pedophile. I never mentioned children in my definition. All right, anytime a child is involved in any way for sexual excitement, that's called pedophile. Now remember, sexual deviance is not curable. That's why when they discovered that after years of research, they realized why you gotta have pedophiles registered. They can control the appetite for a while, but it can always come back. That's why they're not allowed to live anywhere within, or go anywhere within 100 feet of a school or a grade school like that, or childcare center, all that, because you don't want the appetite to spring back up, okay? And that's why they have to register. Pedophile. Urophile, sexual pleasure from having urine sprayed on you. It's so-called golden showers, all right? So urophile, some people like that. Now, as a doctor, what's my business here? My job is to educate the patient. That's the way I look at it. I don't care what people are doing. My job is to educate them. So if I got a diabetic, I say, remember, make sure you don't have any open wounds when this happens. Because if you get any urine in there, it's gonna get infected and that might kill you, okay? You're not the normal person as far as immune system. So our job as physicians is to educate people, not cast judgment on what they're doing. All right, that's urophile. Coprophile, oh boy. Coprophile is sexual pleasure derived from having feces smeared on you. I didn't even know such a thing existed till, was it second year of college? I overheard a couple of guys in a dorm talking about it. My dialect like it's never dilated. Oh, and Mabel has an opinion. Go ahead, Mabel. Mabel, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just terrified. Like, you know, like how?
Yeah, don't worry. I was terrified too. I didn't know such a thing even existed. But there are people who like it. Yes, coprofiles. Yeah, they like feces smeared on them. Again, as a doctor, I just warn them if they're diabetic, even if confines any way. If feces gets into an open wound, you're going to be dead. All right, you just got to be frank with them because again, they can do what they want to do, but at least have them take a look all over their body, make sure there's no open wounds before they engage in something like this, because it could kill them. Necrophile, a sexual pleasure derived from having intercourse with dead corpses. Now, most of these are women. The only male one, no, there's two males now I've heard about. One was Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer, you guys remember, was on the news. Yeah, he had sex with a lot of his dead male corpses. All right, another one was a guy who was in his 80s, married to some young lady who was 24. And, you know, she thought, oh, when he kicks off, I get all the money, right? Except she died first. Well, he really loved her, though, really loved her. So he never buried her. And nobody knew he never buried her. He kept her in bed with him and kept having sex with him, with her. And it's only when the smell got so bad that neighbors thought, okay, what's wrong? You know, you can make a, what's it, a care, what's the word? Courtesy call, something like that. That was it? Wellness check, yeah. So the police will check on elderly just to make sure they're okay. Well, the neighbors smelled this foul smell. It was a decayed body. So they thought, this guy lives by himself. What's going on over there? So they sent the cops there to check on him, and they found her dead corpse in bed with him. It was sad. I didn't even prosecute him because the guy was 84. He's at the end of his life. They said, let him go. They never took him to jail. But that was the other male that I found out about. The reason why most of these are females is because when you die, your body goes to rigor mortis. That means muscles go into spasm and they stay there. Remember, you need energy to relax the muscle, not to contract. So when you die, your muscle can contract. Well, that means the penis can stand up, but then it won't go down anymore. And women will hop on top of an erect penis and have sex with that corpse. Whereas for a male, when the female when she died, her vagina goes into spasm. How do you penetrate that? And that's why there aren't that many men who are necrophiles. Okay. All right. Transvestite versus transsexual. Transvestite is somebody who likes dressing like the opposite gender for the pleasure of it, but he does not want to be the opposite gender. That's the question I always like to ask. Who has the what's the word? Sexual dysphoria. Yeah. Who has the gender dysphoria? That's that means dominates with their own gender. That's the transsexual. Transvestite wants to be a male, but likes dressing up like a female, or female who likes dressing up like a male. That's it. It's just for the pleasure, not because they want to be the opposite. And there's a lot of transvestite shows all across America. Very, very, very common. All right. Chicago's got one called Rocky Horror Picture Show. You guys ever heard that before? Yeah, there's La Cage aux Folles, Victor Victoria. There's so many shows that have come out. A lot of them in Vegas, same thing. All right. So again, transsexual is a transgender. All right. So let's say it's a male gender, because that's the way he was born, but he wants to be a female. So if you say transgender male, that means he wants to be a male. Transgender female wants to be a female. Okay. But you're currently the opposite sex. Now, what they tell you now is ask a person how do they want to be referred, because like for pediatrics, I've gotten like 3 CDs on this topic now. They're telling every doctor you need to get first on the language, and they were right, because I sure didn't understand the language, and most doctors don't either. All right, so nobody in here can pretend they know all the language. So I'm just learning it just like you are. So that's why you got to start now, because you're going to see a lot of transgender in your office. And you want to know, well, how do I handle the situation? Let's say for a transgender, let's say male, okay, but still has a vagina. Imagine a transgender male in your office still menstruating. That's gonna be a shocker if you didn't know that's what was going on, okay, or vice versa. All right, because it's gonna make you feel uncomfortable when all of a sudden you found something you weren't expecting to find. So that's why they always tell you, ask the person, how do you want me to refer to you? Yes. Transsexual is now called transgender. Yeah, it's the same thing. All right. So anyway, learn the language. Luckily, we've had 2 here. Transgender male. So she was still in transition. Okay. So she gave a beautiful. We had to do a noon presentation to the whole class. Apparently, she also does that at her school. She would educate all the medical students. So she gave a beautiful presentation, what all the terms mean and the whole deal. Now, I see a lot of this when I told you I used to go to Mexico, I would see a lot of transgender get off the plane. And then a week later, when I'm going back, I can see that I had all kinds of surgeries done already. All right. Most of them, the problem is because they don't feel accepted, which is why they want doctors to get informed about this so we can accept them. Okay. Because they would go to a country to have surgery where you just pay cash. There's no records kept of anything. Nobody knows what the heck ever happened to you. All right. But a lot of them would prostitute on the streets to get the money so they can go to another country and get the surgeries done. They go to Canada or they go to Mexico, top 2 places. All right. So they want American doctors to get familiar with this so you can be accepting of people, and that way they can come to you for help. Here's what I've learned so far. The feeling of body dysmorphia or gender dysphoria starts early on, between the age of 5 and 10. However, 25% change their mind. That means by the time they're teenagers, they no, I still want to be a boy, or I still want to be a girl. That's why they say if a child says they want to be the opposite gender, you should always be supportive and tell them that's okay. Why don't we wait and see what happens in time? Okay. Don't do any surgeries and no hormones. They say wait till adolescence. That's when they'll make up their mind for good. They rarely change their mind after that. All right. So that means in adolescence, if they say, okay, I want to be the opposite, what do they want you to do? Refer them to a center who does it. They don't expect you to be doing it. All right, because I can't do all these things. I mean, you need general surgeons, endocrinologists, psychiatrists, gynecological surgeons. You need a whole lot of people. But there's different centers around the country that do all of that. They have the multidisciplinary approach to that. They want you to send them to one of those centers. Okay? All right. Victoria, you have a question?
Yeah, are we meant to wait? Do you have to wait until they're 18, like not minors anymore, to do things like that?
Say that again?
Do we have to wait until they're 18 to be able to refer them?
That's a good question.
Like, is there a law?
If the parents are already accepting of it, that means they've already told their parents, and the parents are accepting, then you can refer them anytime they're teenagers, from 13 on. But
Okay.
if not, then you gotta wait till they're 18, because they cannot have
Okay.
surgery because they're an adult. Yeah, okay, good question. All right, so that's those two terms. All right, sexual deviance. Next one, fetish. Fetish is sexual pleasure derived from an inanimate object. Everybody has a fetish. All right, but it's when you bring it out to the public, then it's pathological. Okay, just like some women are turned on by a certain male cologne. Hey, that's a fetish. That's inanimate. That's not human. Okay, some men are turned on by looking at high heel shoes. Same thing. However, here's what a true fetish is. We had one good case right here in town. No, it wasn't here in town. It was near here. They found there was a very wealthy subdivision, $1 million homes, and there were 5 robberies. But somebody broke into each house and they only went through the laundry. Like, what kind of robber is this? Goes through the laundry. You can tell they just went like this, just threw things around. And there's money on the counter. They didn't touch the money. They had jewelry on the counter. Nobody took the jewelry. Like, this, what kind of robber just goes through the laundry? Anyway, when they found the guy, he had almost 500 used women panties on his wall. That's what he was after. The scent of a woman is what excited him. Because notice, if he just wants panties, he could go to Walmart and stole them. But no, he would go through people's laundry in their home, he's looking for used panties, because it was a scent of a woman that excited him the most. But it was almost 500 all over his wall when he found it. It was nearby. Yes.
So I was on a swim team in college, and similar story. We had a guy who was obsessed with the swim team. And he would figure out where we were living, and one of the apartment complex had a lot of us sitting there, and he would do the laundry and would get all the like lint,
Yeah.
and he would collect it. And when they found him and they rescued him, he had
He would get the lint from the dryer?
because the laundry was like not locked, and it was like a shared place for all the apartments. But he was like figuring out where we lived.
Holy cow. So anyway, online, this is a young lady telling us a story. A young man was obsessed with the swim team, female swim team. And he would find out where the women were living, and he would go through their laundromat and just get the lint out of the dryer.
Trash bags full.
And when they caught him, he had trash bags full of lint, which means he's gone through a lot of dryers. Good Lord. Anyway, just like this guy, almost 500 used panties. It was a bad one, but it was all over the news. All right, frauderism. Frauderism is sexual pleasure derived from fully clothed people. Yes, Mabel, question.
So this one, Juju, is no longer grammar.
What?
The fetishism, I say, it looks like Juju something. It's no longer medical stuff. It's no longer meant.
Oh, you mean fetish?
Yeah.
Magical.
No, a fetish can be normal. I told you it can be normal. It's only when you come out and bring it out in public. Just like this guy, if you got to rob people's homes because you got to have used women's panties, then that's a true fetish. Okay, or like this guy, tracking the women where they live and going through that's bringing out in the public. That's a true fetish. Just finding high heel shoes attractive or a turn on for a man, that's not pathological fetish, but everybody has a fetish. Okay, yeah, frauderism is rubbing up against people who are fully clothed to get your jollies. All right, so frauderism. All right, back in the day though, that means we were all frauders, man. Come on, it was called a bump and grind. You guys have heard that term before. Yeah, those are some good parties, man. All right. So, anyway, the parties back then, it is not true frauderism. Why? Because the women knew you're going to be grinding them, and the guys knew the women were grinding you. The thing was, if your favorite song was on, you always try to find a girl that you're attracted to and hope she's attracted to you. And if she is attracted to you, then you both all of a sudden grinding each other out on the dance floor. And then you know what we did at the end of the song? Get a phone number. You see what they do now on the dance floor? And they have intercourse on the dance floor. Okay, what you guys call it? I mean, they literally have intercourse on the dance floor, man. Now these days you pay $10 at the door and slap a condom over your head. Have a good time. All right? These kids out on the dance floor doing all kinds of crazy stuff, way more than we ever did. You know, you guys ever heard of wall dancing? You guys ever heard that?
Yeah.
Wall dancing is the guys are up against the wall like this, trying to pretend like they're real cool. But there's a girl right in front of you. She's just dancing and trying to do yeah. And you're supposed to pretend like you ain't getting excited. Yeah, right. You must be dead if that's true. I mean, come on. But anyway, that's what they do so much stuff. Now, you guys heard a dancer called whining? You ever see whining? Oh my, whining in Jamaica? Oh, that's called intercourse. I don't want to call it whining, okay? There used to be this show on TV, BET. There was this beautiful woman from Jamaica, and she would show off things going on in Jamaica, right? And she, who knows which one it was? Okay, I thought he knew what it was. Anyway, so she was doing a special on whining. And I remember my son was watching it, a teenager at that time, and I'm walking past, and I'm like, oh, what's that? Whoa! And I can't be watching that. You gotta turn it off. Oh, wait, 10 more minutes, man. 10 more minutes. Okay, yeah. Crazy, real sexual out on the dance floor. We never did that much when I was a kid. All right, so anyway, frauderism. Growing up in Chicago, your parents taught you about frauderism. We were taught, whenever you get on a bus or a train, use your butt, move people back. Why? Because you don't know if you got a frauder behind you. If you got a frauder behind you, when the train is moving or the bus is moving, the bus and train are bouncing up and down. They're grinding on you, you don't even know it. Okay, so that's why you were taught, just kind of move people around. That way it doesn't look like you're being rude. Just move them up a little bit. That way they can't grind up against you. So a true frauderer will just ride the train up and down. The train, he's not going anywhere. He just wants to be there at whenever it gets tightly packed. That way he can be behind somebody. All right, so anyway, that was just part of growing up in Chicago. All right, sadism is sexual pleasure derived from inflicting pain on someone else. Masochism, sexual pleasure for having pain inflicted on you. Right? Like, where was it? 50 Shades of Grey? Is that the one? Is that the movie? 50 Shades of Grey? Okay. They had no idea there was so much sadism and masochism in America. That movie came out. The movie made a ton of money. But if you had asked people in public, are you into sadism and masochism? No, I would never do such a thing. Well, how come the movie did so well? And then they came up with that. Then they had a part 2, wasn't it? Was it some other Shades of Grey? Oh, it's 3 parts now? Jeez, I didn't know there was a 3rd part either. Anyway, so sadism and masochism. A lot of that going on in America. Voyeurism is sexual pleasure from watching other people have sex. Now, there's a voyeur in everybody. All right, like when you look at a magazine, looking at somebody's body, that's voyeurism. But it's not pathological voyeurism. Why? Because that person was paid to put their body on the magazine, knowing that somebody would buy the magazine and look at their body. Okay? True voyeurism is when you're creeping around the bushes, around the neighbor's house, looking in the window, and they didn't even give you the right to look in their window. That's true voyeurism. All right? Now, voyeurism, people think it's just males. No, voyeurism, females as well. Exhibitionism, the flasher. Exhibitionism is when you flash your genitals and whoever you're attracted to. It used to be a flash at the opposite gender until we discovered homosexuality. Then it was flash at the same gender. And then what about pedophiles? Oh, children too? Okay, so that's why they said, okay, just flash your genitals at whoever you're attracted to. Okay, it can be anyone. Now, update research on these guys. Most of them are very docile people. There's never been a case of a violent exhibitionist. They actually have to go through a ritual to get enough courage to actually flash at somebody. So, therefore, they teach women, this is the one time it's okay to laugh at somebody. So let's say, he goes behind a wall, you're coming down a sidewalk, he has to go through whatever, do his little ritual, and then he comes out, da, da, da. The louder you scream, the more of an orgasm he has. Women didn't know that, because women are socialized, scream when somebody scares you. That way somebody can come to help you. But in this case, actually, that's how we get this orgasm. So what they tell you is if somebody flashes his Jones at you, just point at it and start laughing. Is that all you got? He will immediately close, take off. You'll never see him again. Why? Because you just made him conscious of what he's doing. They have to go through this out-of-body ritual in order to do it. And then they take off. And then you never see them again. They only do it once to somebody. They never do it to the same person twice. Now, when you see exhibitionists, most of them are men, right? And while I was talking, I bet you every female in here thought I was talking about men. Not true at all. There's a lot of women who are exhibitionists. But then how come we don't hear about women who are exhibitionists? The difference is men don't complain. If a female flashes her genitals at you, we don't call that sexual deviance. We call that a lucky day. Babe, come back. Let's talk. That's because men don't complain. That's the only difference. Women are as much exhibitionists as men are. But men don't complain when women are flashing. Okay? Beastophilia? Yes. No, they won't even have to say that, but they're telling you he flashes to her, or he flashes to another man, or he flashes to a child. That's whoever he's attracted to is who he's flashing to. Yep. How high yield is which part? Excuse me?
How high yields?
These are just simple questions. How high yield is this? High yield is very high yield because they'll just give you the definition and ask you what it is. Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm only hitting the highlights so you know the key words to look for. That's it. And that's all this is. It's just when they use these words, I know exactly what definition they want. Beastophilia is sexual pleasure derived from animals. I mean, actually having intercourse with animals. For women, the number one is a dog. A dog will, will penetrate a female because a dog smells estrogen. And that's how a male dog knows when a female dog is in heat. If ever you go to a friend's house, their dog comes and buries their face in your crotch. They always do that. That's because they're smelling for estrogen. So it's easy for a female to have a male dog penetrate her. The problem is a lot of women don't know that dogs undergo priapism halfway through intercourse. That means they get stuck. In the neighborhood, you see sometimes a male dog hopping behind a female dog because he's stuck. He just has to wait till it goes down a little bit, then he slides out. Okay. So there was let me see, this guy I went to school with, his mom is an ER physician in New York. She's the one that told the story. And she was on duty one day. She had just finished with somebody in one cubicle. She was about to go to another cubicle, and then a lady come running into the first cubicle with a fur coat held up all her hair, and it would be wiggling like this. Okay, and so she wanted to tell her, you can't get in there until you've been checked in. And she went, hey, you know you can't. And then she realized who it was. It was the wife of one of the local physicians, another ER physician across town. That's why she came to this ER, because she knew this woman would be on duty. So her dog got stuck inside of her. So she didn't want her husband to know that she was having sex with the dog. So she didn't want to go to the ER on that side of town. She came over here. And so how do you deal with this? Just inject the dog with some epinephrine. Vasoconstriction, and the penis slides right out. Done. Now, how she explains to her husband, that's a whole different story. Anyway, the second favorite animal for a female is a horse. Now, if ever you've been on a farm and seen the penis of a horse, you'd be bowing down. And I said, why would women penetrate themselves with the penis of a horse? It's humongous. Well, there was a young lady here from Texas, and she said, you know, some friends of hers told her why they have sex with horses. Well, when your friends tell you, you know, you wink like that. Oh, okay, go ahead. I don't know, I got like, explain it to us. Anyway, she said it's not that women don't penetrate themselves with the penis. I said, oh, thank goodness. Okay, but anyway, she said what they do is they hold on to the penis of a horse and they masturbate while fantasizing. I said, oh, okay. And then the very thing happened right here in town. I didn't know there's so much beastophilia in this area. Well, you know, U of I's got a veterinary hospital, you know, college on the other, almost near Savoy, right? So anyway, there's horses in the barn. A young lady was in that barn and she was holding onto the penis of the horse. Well, while she was fantasizing, She did not realize her hand was sliding back and forth. She was masturbating the horse. And she did not know when a horse ejaculates, it's about 1.5 liters of semen. That's like a 2-liter bottle of Coke, and you just pour it all over your face like that. And so the horse ejaculated all over her face, and semen is very alkalinic, so it burnt her face. And that, I used to work the ER here in town. That's how she came into ER. Well, once that happens, your business is all over the streets now. But that's how she got caught, because the semen burnt one side of her face. And I'm sure she's not the first person who's ever done that, but she was the first one that got caught here in town. Anyway, that's beastophilia. Sexual dysfunction, male and female sexual interest arousal disorder. This is where, when men and women have been around each other for a long time, married for 30, 40, 50 years, after a while, there's no sexual interest on either side or on one side, and one side starts complaining. But that's a normal event, okay? So that's why, like, couples who've been married for a long time, they show you ways to reignite your sex life, because this actually happens. After a while, you lose interest in sex with each other, okay? All right, female orgasmic disorder is when there's something wrong. Either she doesn't have an orgasm, or it doesn't feel quite right, or she doesn't have it every time that you have sex. Again, there's all kinds of ways to teach a female how to have more of an orgasm, and masturbation is one of them. That's what we actually tell them to do. Yes. Previous slide, let's see. This one here? Oh, beastophilia? Yeah. Oh, what's the duty of a doctor when you see a beastophiliac? All right, there's no legal obligation unless you're doing something illegal. Now, if you're sneaking over to somebody's property and doing it with their animal, then that's illegal. Then fine, then you can report it to the cops. But like this female that did it here in Champaign, she was a vet student. She wasn't doing anything illegal. She just got caught because the semen is all over her face. But there's nothing illegal about it. Well, yeah, if you wanna call animal protection, fine, you can do that. But she didn't harm any animal. Yeah, there was no harm done to an animal. Now, if you're penetrating the animal, fine, then you can talk about you're doing harm to the animal. And then you can call that, what is it? SP, what's their name? What's their SP something? Anyway, but PETA, yeah, thank you. Yeah, animal protection. Mabel, you have a question?
Yes, sir. So I want to know, what does it benefit for a female to always have orgasm?
What does it benefit for a female to have orgasm?
Yeah, to always have
I don't know, we
orgasm.
can take a survey right here in class. All right, Mabel, I think you got your answer already. Because a female wants to have an orgasm just like a male has an orgasm. That's it. It's just a peak of excitement of sex. That's it. Remember, the sexual revolution back in the late 60s and early 70s was based on that. Women thought men are the ones having all the enjoyment out of the sex with orgasm, but women didn't even know what an orgasm was. I'm serious. Women did not know what orgasm was because the mother would tell them, your job as a female is lay there, let him do what he's got to do. When he's done, you go wash up. That's how they were socialized. They didn't know that a female was supposed to enjoy sex. That's why they had to do all kinds of studies to figure out what orgasm was and what sexual pleasure was, and then start teaching women it's okay to have pleasure in sex.
That's
Yeah.
all. Okay.
Yeah. Well, an article that I read not too long ago, Mabel said 29% of women said they've never had an orgasm. So I think that's what Mabel is trying to tell you. And that's okay.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying general.
Oh,
Don't put words in my mouth.
but you said, what is the benefit of having an orgasm? Why would you ask? I mean,
I just want to know, what are the benefits?
It's a good
What are the
question.
benefits? I said benefits. I put S.
Oh, what are the benefits of an orgasm?
Yeah, since you're my teacher, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just means it was a good sexual session. That's it. It's the end of a good sexual session. That's it. That's the benefits. It releases a lot of energy when you have an orgasm. We'll talk about that in reproductive. All right,
I think-
let's go ahead and finish. Okay, who's speaking?
Sorry, it's Matthew. I think what she's asking maybe is what's maybe the evolutionary possibly explanation for an orgasm, possibly.
The evolutionary benefit of
Exactly.
orgasm. No, I'm not sure. Okay, but anyway, what it is, the orgasm allows you to release all the energy that your body built up during the sex itself. That's what an orgasm does, releases all the energy from all the muscles that you were using to have sex. Well, we'll talk about that in reproductive. All right, so anyway, that's these two things. Let me just finish this real quick. Why is it called a dysfunction? Because now we're figuring out what it is and it can be treated. If you don't put a name on it, you don't have to treat it, but you do have to treat it. So most of the time it's just CBT. That means talk to the couples. That's what couples therapy is all about. They'll talk to the couple and show them how to reignite their sex life again. All right. Genital pelvic or penetration disorder is usually a female who's a virgin. She's so afraid of being penetrated that all of a sudden she starts to develop a spastic vagina. So that anytime he tries to penetrate, it hurts her so bad she can't even have sex anymore. So again, it takes a lot of psychotherapy to get over it. But if she's not against it, they've got dilators that they use to dilate the vagina a little bit so that she's not in so much pain. Okay, premature ejaculation, that becomes the main male problem, especially when they're young. When men are young, they don't have full control of their sexuality, so they ejaculate way too fast. So premature ejaculation says you cannot hold an erection for at least a minute, or to even finish sex. So premature ejaculation. Good. Again, CBT is always first, and then SSRIs. SSRIs cause anorgasmia, so slow down the orgasm for you. Works very well for them. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Can you use estrogen cream for the pelvic and penetration disorder? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, because again, these are young girls, very low estrogen levels, and yeah, and they're virgins, and so they get so scared of penetration that it creates a big problem in their relationship. Yeah. All right. Disruptive impulse control and conduct disorder. This is the road rage. Intermittent explosive disorder. That means you just lose it, but it happens on more than one occasion. It keeps happening over and over again. And the person just feels bad every time they snap back out of it, but it's happened more than once. Yeah, that is. That's correct. Anybody can have it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what all this other stuff, this stuff at the end. Before they never put it on the DSM-5. Now it's on the DSM-5. Why? Because it can get out of hand. It is a normal thing, but it can get out of hand. Then we got problems. Next, for kleptomania, is stealing for the sake of stealing, not because you need it. Just because you have this urge to steal, you just do it. And then afterwards, they just throw it down like it doesn't mean anything. They just have to satisfy the urge. Pyromania is setting fires for the sake of setting fires. They like seeing fires burn. Now, these are very dangerous kids because it usually starts in childhood. I mean, they'll set your pets on fire just to see a pet burn. I mean, it's terrible. You see a pyromania. Trichotillomania, very common too. When people are nervous, they start pulling on their hair, and then you see all these bald areas, and the hair shafts are broken at different lengths. It all depends on when they were nervous. So trichotillomania. Again, all of these is CBT first, medication second, SSRIs. Pathological gambling is exactly what it says, especially if you're on a dopamine agonist, like remember, what's that one? Pramipexole. Yeah, then you want to stop the drug. Stop the drug first. Okay, but then we use dopamine blockers. They also use naloxone because you get a high from gambling, and which means your body releases endorphins. So they've used naloxone and it's worked. In some gamblers, alcoholics, they use alcohol. Whatever you get a high from, we can numb that high. All right, opposition defiant, we already talked about. Conduct, we already talked about. Intermittent explosive disorders, what we just said, is this road rage. Sleep disorders now is under DSM-5. Narcolepsy is uncontrollable urge to sleep. They fall right to sleep. The main things we see, sleep onset REM. That means as soon as they fall asleep, they're in REM already. There's no REM latency. And this is what you see in a sleep study, because they love asking that question. What would you see in a sleep study? No REM latency in narcolepsy. Okay, sleep paralysis, meaning they wake up and they can't seem to move. Now that can happen to anybody, because I've had that happen to me a few times. You just feel like, man, oh, I can't move. What's going on? And then finally, I roll off the couch and then it's over with. All right, so that's narcolepsy, sleep onset REM, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations. Hypnagogic has go in it, so it's hallucinations as you go to sleep. And then pompic hallucinations as you come out of sleep. And those are the main criteria for narcolepsy. The drug of choice for it, Jess. The drug of choice for narcolepsy.
So, it's,
Modafinil, one of the amphetamines that I talked about. All right, somebody's hand was up. Let me just do two. Oh, Maria was first. Maria, you have a question?
yes, it was, trickle, so for,
Trichotillomania?
yeah, so
Uh-huh.
how do you differentiate that versus, alopecia?
Alopecia areata?
Yes.
Alopecia areata is an autoimmune disease. It has nothing to do with anybody pulling on their scalp.
Okay.
Trichotillomania is somebody who's nervous and keeps pulling their hair. So the history will be there that the person does that every time. That they just do it so often they don't even know they're doing it.
Okay, and then
In terms of hair, alopecia areata will have a clean scalp because autoimmune attacks the hair follicle, so it's clean. It falls off. Whereas this one, no, the scalp, the hair will still be there, but you can see the shaft has been broken at different heights. And that's how you separate it. Jess, question.
do you have?
Yeah, there's 5 different criteria. Cataplex is the 5th criteria for narcolepsy.
So what if you have like all the other symptoms, but they don't have cataplexy?
If you have all the other symptoms, but you don't have cataplexy, you can still call it narcolepsy. Because eventually the cataplexy will occur. Cataplexy is when you just fall down the ground and no tone in your body. Just go right to sleep. All right, insomnia just means you're having a hard time falling asleep. Right? We use short-term benzos like the Zolpidem, Isopiclone. Yeah, just short-term benzos. That's if you have to use medication. Obviously, first you teach them. Remember, CBT is always first for all of these things I'm talking about. Don't forget that. That means you teach them about normal sleep hygiene. Stop things at the same time every day. When you go into your bedroom, no computer should be on, no TV should be on. That way your brain realizes, hey, it's time to turn off. And boom, you fall right to sleep. Okay? All right, that's insomnia. Restless leg syndrome we talked about. The person will complain about like prickly feeling up their legs, like little needles, pins and needles. All right, we already talked about pramipexole and rapidorol are the 2 best drugs for that now. We don't use the clonazepam anymore. Parasomnias, anytime somebody has sleep disorder, you first decide, is it REM or non-REM? The way you tell the difference, Ashley, REM forms memory. So if they remember any of the events, it happened during REM. If they don't, it happened during non-REM. If they ask you for a syndrome or complication in the future, remember Lewy body disease. Yeah, so sleep disorders are very common. And they can start out with the sleep disorder and then also the Parkinson's feature starts to come out. So I've seen that question, and that's how I made the connection. And that's what they wanted. If they ask you for a syndrome that goes with sleep problems, pick Lewy body disease. All right, pediatric disorders. Autism spectrum, we'll be talking about this at a later time, but it has 5 main criteria. That's all I want you to know for now. Number 1, they have preoccupation with sameness. That's how you usually make the diagnosis. While they're in your office, they play with the same toy truck the whole time they're there. That is not a normal child. Children play with everything they see in front of them. They're on the truck, then they go over here, they go here, go over here. That's a normal child. But one child will just fixate on one toy and never leaves that toy. You got to be suspicious of autism. So preoccupation with sameness. They're easily disturbed. I mean, hyper disturbed by small disturbances. Like you bump into their chair, they start screaming and shouting like you just beat them or something. Okay. So autism. All right. So anyway, we'll talk about the whole thing at a later time. Attention deficit hyperactivity is exactly what it says. Remember, they have a hard time finishing any assignment. Halfway through one, they jump to another one. They don't hand in their assignment to the teacher. Remember, you always get information from the parents and you get information from the teacher. They have to display these problems in 2 places. We either call it ADD. It's just at home? No, that's not ADD. Just at school? Nope, that's not ADD. Opposition defined, we already said. People who have trouble with others who are in authority. Conduct, lie, steal, cheat, destroy property without remorse. Tourette syndrome has what we call motor tics. A tic is instantaneous contraction of one muscle. That's the definition of a tic. So Tourette has motor tics, facial twitching, lips. Then they have vocal tics. They make strange sounds and cannot control it. Okay? Then they have echolalia. They echo whatever you say. If you say, hey, how is it today? Way, day, ray. I mean, they just run up like 3 or 4 words that rhyme with the last word you said. Echolalia. All right. And then coprolalia is when it scares everybody. They just get this urge to swear for no reason. I mean, they say every cuss word they can in like 30 seconds. All right. Tourette syndrome. And what do? Treat it with antipsychotics. Of course, they like the atypical ones because fewer side effects, which means aripiprazole or quetiapine, the first 2. Rett syndrome is a bad syndrome that's on the X chromosome. That's why you only see it in girls. The boys die in utero. They only have 1 X. Red has this feature of constantly wringing their hands in a circle, just constantly wringing it. They develop normally for a while, usually up to about 5 years, and then start regressing until they die. They don't act autistic. The one patient I had, she was up to riding a bike. All of a sudden she could ride a bike. All of a sudden she couldn't run. All of a sudden she couldn't walk. All of a sudden she was just scooting. All of a sudden she was only crawling. After a while, she was just sitting there. When I got her, she was back in the fetal position. That's it. And then she died during that hospitalization because we tried to clean her lungs out. She had pneumonia and she just would never straighten out. And it's sad watching the child just die. I mean, because they're just going backwards. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, it's sad. It's just, thank goodness, it's rare. Disruptive mood dysregulation, it's the same thing as road rage, but in children. And then finally, these 2 words, delirium is acute mental status changes. So it's completely non-specific, Halima. Non-specific. Delirium does not make a diagnosis. You're delirious because of something else. So you got to figure out why they're delirious. But any mental status changes equals delirium until I figure out why you're having it. Dementia is a diagnosis. Dementia is when you lost cognition. That means things you've learned and now you don't know how to do them anymore. So all of a sudden you can't tie your shoes, can't tell me colors, can't tell me your name, can't tell me your address or your phone number, all that. That's all dementia. You've lost cognition. Now, dementia comes in many forms. Most common in America is Alzheimer's. Majority of them start in the hippocampus, which is why they all have memory problems when they first come in. That's why I got to pay attention to the other clues to which one they want. Okay. Because Alzheimer's is by default, but Pick's disease, remember, Pick's frontal temporal. They have personality changes and then they get hallucinations. So the name tells you what you're going to see. Parkinson's, they get stiff. Trouble initiating any movement. See? Then I know that's that one. Alzheimer's is usually by default when you rule out everything else. Huntington's can cause dementia, but that one, you got movement disorders. What's the other? Wilson's, they have psychiatric problems, and then you find out they got liver failure too. So each one's got a little minor clues. And of course, we're going to be drilling it in class because that's all you need to know, folks, is 1 or 2 things that separate each diagnosis. Because if it's all the same, don't memorize the same thing 10, 20 times. That's not going to get you a point, and it won't make the diagnosis in the real world either. Okay, but if you know the few features that's different, you can make the diagnosis real fast. Okay, just like the girl that gave the physical this morning was saying. Here it is, folks. DSM-5 updated for you. Again, the best way to do it is to drill it, folks. There's no magic. All I do is give you the definitions of everything, but we're going to be drilling this as we go. So be on your toes. All right, physiology begins after our break. So we'll take a break till 10:30. Yes. Between Reds and Tay-Sachs? Well, Tay-Sachs is cherry red macula. Reds doesn't have cherry red macula. Oh, yeah, they'll tell you. They'll tell you the features. I don't listen to all the other signs and symptoms. I just wait for the unique features that tell me exactly what the diagnosis is. Yeah.
I just wanted to share something with you. So for ADHD, I know this week you haven't talked about it. It's like a funny thing, I think, but I read about it and it's so much since like there's like a new theory. Like well, like that's the reason that like there's a training of this, and it's like you have no pain levels, and so that's why like the reason you distracted is because so if you are basically always feel like it's like you don't feel good, right? You're always the person to make it's not where you get addicted to eating, like checking your phone, checking wanting to eat something, or like you know like whatever it is, like some hunger, so you're always stuck, always distracted, push for that, like the news, whatever it is that makes you feel that way. And like that's what also like in the future, like you're a lot more like generation higher, like there's like any other substances, but like if you obviously want to treat it as legal, you have like or whatever sort of, you don't have to search for that document.
Oh, you mean if, when you give it amphetamines?
Yeah, or just even in certain weird things, so it's like you don't have that need to search.
Right.
So it's like, it's more of that. I thought that sense.
It works, yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting because it's like 20 yeah, it's that. So I think it's like it's just so because I really feel like there is like just random things for that. I was like, other things. I was just serious for just struggling like random things. And now I just feel like only that I forgot it.
Or you understand, more you understand.
Like for example, I wish they had it. Oh, yeah. Good, it's a good environment. Yeah. And like you already have that group, you know. Everything got that.
Yeah, I got a little. I got
There should be one friend. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I was like, how to do.
Your uncle. The song. You know, the teachers. Yeah, this is like.
Yeah. Roommate. Yeah. My uncle. I'm not saying it, you know. Family, they need. No way.
Who's still alive?
Still alive?
Might like. Like time.
How did they? They go in like the abdomen, they put monitors, just go up.
There's actually.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, you want to battle.
Well, I had this problem, quite probably. They do. I believe they don't go. Yeah, that's dark. So like you can go out and you go like. Center of the ball, and pass them out.
Oh, you put the back.
Yeah. I know.
Has like a big, like, big statue in the mascot area.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not that works.
Light bulb.
What do they think?
Sorry, going on.
Like kind of funny. Oh, man.
Funny different side, like, so, I actually have no idea, my roommate's like, oh, we know a spot, like, big cool, I know this area. My roommate's, Sedan, yeah, yeah.
Oh, dude, your room is like.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we did before, like, we did like a drill, like a grass system, and it was like, it's intense, but I think everything stuck, so everything, like, it's really cool.
I hit 20, I'm like, no.
Well, what we signed.
Appreciate it. Yes. Oh. Was it better than?
I think my roommates want to do like a green barbecue thing. I got. I'm like. So nice, so nice. Much different. From here. All right, don't have my question. Fluorescent don't help us.
I got another one. Yeah.
Great. I love it. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It was great. Love you. Yeah, I love it. That's why I stayed up there so long and I like practice all this.
Like he doesn't understand. Like,
I love it. I have like a watering system for them, like, and clean or still alive. It's like, just like on video chat, it's like ice. Yeah, ice.
I don't want to stand. I have to stand.
Yeah, we'll be probably.
Is it? No.
Anybody, just get it, like, get it going. So there's this thing on like, it's like little, and that's what you're going into like the water. It slowly like waters over time, slowly waters over time. And that's where it's from like, I was away for like 3.5 students. That was the bad thing. I had like, so that I went to we made some water system. And that's why someone were a little rough. I was like, oh. Then I took care of them and then I left the next day. So like I rebuilt the water system, so like a bottle of water I get. Yeah, loving it. So that was wrong, but there's like two or three plants that are like.
You guys want to try?
It's intuitive. It's like nothing different. It's like anything's like a nutrition, it's like something. It's like the most like.
When people know, have a Wow. Nice. You are there. You know, nothing's like, no, it doesn't work. All right.
Just like.
Yeah, but I like, that's why my. I have no support up here. No, when you're. What's the genome? And what is the?
All right, let's do this. Now we're into physiology. You're gonna relearn everything that you learned in biochemistry, but I'm gonna teach you to you from the physiology standpoint. The good thing is about when you take the test, doesn't matter which angle you remember it from, you still come up with the same answer. Physio and biochem are the top two topics on your exam and on every standardized exam. So you can't pass the exam unless you know both of them very well. Okay, so look how many things we figured out through biochemistry. Now we're going to figure it all out again through physiology. So that's, again, that creates repetition. So you'll hear things again and again, folks. All right, let's do it. Here we go, cellular phys. So here's a cell structure. As you can see, you have all these cell organelles all over the place. The most important cell organelle within a cell is called a cell nucleus. Why is that the most important cell organelle? Because you cannot live without it. If you damage that nucleus in any way, that cell is irreversibly damaged. If you damage that nucleus in any way, that cell is irreversibly damaged. Do you understand that, Bailey? All right. That means when you destroy somebody's nucleus, some cell's nucleus, it only has two options left. Bailey's gonna remind me. Die or mutate, that's all that's left. Everybody understand? That's why it's considered the most important cell organelle. Now within the nucleus, there's a little circle called a nucleolus. The nucleolus, Halima, provides us only one thing. Do you remember what it was? Hang on, you weren't here at that time. Sorry, Melissa. Yeah, ribosomal RNA comes only from the nucleolus. And you have two types of ribosomes. Free ribosomes just produce proteins that are going where? In the cytoplasm. Remember, free in the cytoplasm. So I use the word free to remind me of that. And then rough ER, some of it's used to make proteins that are going where? Either to another cell organelle or outside that cell altogether. Everybody still remember this discussion, right? That means we got to go through the markers for where you got to go, right? All right, so that's ribosomal RNA. Okay, we got smooth ER. What's a smooth ER for? Smooth ER is to help you produce steroids. Oops, going the wrong way, sorry. Is for steroid synthesis. Okay, so and detoxification. Smooth ER does two things for us. steroid synthesis, and detoxification. Now, once you make a protein in a rough ER, what's the sequence that allows you to go into the rough ER item? The pre-sequence allows you to go into the rough ER. Remember, you're made on, you're up there on top, on the rough ER. Pre-sequence allows you to get in. Then if you want that protein to go to Golgi, Gloria. Pro-sequence will guide you to Golgi apparatus and a chaperone for that, Gloria. HSP 90 will guide you to that Golgi apparatus. So Golgi apparatus is where post-transcriptional modification occurs. Post-translational, sorry, not transcription. Post-translational modification occurs in the Golgi for every protein except one, Zena. No, except one protein is not modified in the Golgi apparatus.
You always follow when I'm writing.
When you're writing something. Karis. No, Chris. Collagen. Remember, collagen is completely modified in rough ER already. All right. Every other protein is fully modified in the Golgi, but collagen is completely modified in the rough ER. So that means everything about everything about collagen is done in the rough ER. Triple helix, glycosylation, the hydroxylation of protein lysine with what vitamin, Jess? Hydroxylation of just what? No, I said the phosphorylation of lysine and proline is done with what vitamin? No, not magnesium. No, not manganese. Karis. Vitamin C. Vitamin C is used to hydroxylate collagen. So everything about collagen is made in the rough ER, and everybody else does it in the Golgi. All right, so the pro-sequence guys are the Golgi, chaperone is HSP 90. Then if you want that protein to go to the lysosome, the next cell organelle I need to know. What's the marker for that? No, not histone. What? Mannose 6-phosphate label is added to Golgi apparatus, and it will redirect a protein to go to the lysosome. If that mannose 6-phosphate label is missing, then no protein will end up in the lysosome. What do we call that disease? No. Ice cell disease. When your lysosome is completely empty. Okay, mannose 6-phosphate genetically not there. All right, and then a short amino terminal sequence can be added at the rough ER if you want a protein to go where? Sadiq. No, you can't say cytoplasm. All of these things are cytoplasm. The man's Matt. If you had a short amino terminal sequence at the rough ER to a protein, it's going to ultimately go where? The man's Justin. And let's ask Hassan. All right, let's ask Saba. Mitochondria. And who's the chaperone for the mitochondria, Saba? HSP 70. And what shape does mitochondrial DNA take, Melissa? Circular, the only circular DNA anywhere in your body. How do you recognize a mitochondrial disease on a muscle biopsy? So long. Ragged red fibers or wavy red fibers. And if you have several family members, Chris, with a K, who have the same mitochondrial disease, but they look differently, what word do we use? Was that not pleiotropy? Remember, in autosomal dominant, we say verbal expression. But I say you can't use the same term in mitochondrial. It's a different term. Zena. It's called verbal expression in autosomal dominant, but this is mitochondrial disease. You got to use a different term. Hetero, remember heteroplasmy. Hetero means different. All right. Now, the mitochondria produces the ATP, the energy for the cell. NADH is worth how many ATPs? AB. 2.5. FADH2 is worth how many ATP? 1.5. How much are they worth if you have an uncoupler on board? How many ATPs do you get if you have an uncoupler on board? None. Nice trick question. Remember, all cofactors are worthless if you have an uncoupler in your system. You can't get any ATPs out of it. But the first two phosphate bonds of ATP Steve, how much energy do you get? And Bailey, how much energy do you get? 7,300 calories. Remember the first 2 5 3 pounds. All right, let's see, make sure I got everything covered. And now, anytime a memory moves, you need 3 things. Andres, what are the 3 things you need? Calcium, ATP, microtubules. I think we got everything covered that I need to cover. All right, good. All right, now, if you have damage irreversibly to a membrane, to a cell, what's the most important cell organelle? If you damage it, that cell is irreversibly harmed. All right, Karina. No, not the cell membrane. There's something more important that if you damage it, that cell can never come back. You can always repair a membrane. Yeah, no, when you lyse a membrane, you don't automatically die. Let me ask Angie. Nuclear damage. There's no way to survive if you damage that nucleus. Remember, either you die or you mutate. That's the only 2 things left by damaging nucleus. So irreversible cellular injury, most common, nuclear damage. So how you damage the nucleus, Karina, if I take a vitamin away from you? What vitamin would you take away from the nucleus? Folate. So they can make it a vitamin question at the end if they want to go all the way down there. All right, now, irreversible cellular injury. The most common reason cells die every day is called apoptosis. The most common reason, Kathleen, the cells die every day is called apoptosis. That is scheduled cellular death. Kathleen, what was the gene that controls apoptosis again? Steve knows? P53 is a gene, the protein that controls it, Steve. D-cycle, remember? Big dude. You gotta say it just like that. Big dude. Anyway, he's a handsome guy, real handsome guy, but he's a killer. You gotta watch out. All right, so anyway, what's the label, Kathleen? Get back in the game. There's a label, Lillian. Huh? The label for apoptosis. All right, Cynthia. Phosphatidylserine is the label, and the hitman. Caspases, then destroy the cell. Again, remember, you've heard it a couple of times already. You're hearing it a 3rd time again. You got to rehearse it till you know these drills very well. All right, and yes. The label and marker is the same thing. Huh? Ubiquitin is a label for a protein that needs to be destroyed today. Yeah. Phosphatidylserine is the label or marker for a cell. That means the entire cell that needs to be destroyed today. That's the difference. Okay. So apoptosis, irreversible cellular death, but it was scheduled. He was supposed to die on July 1st at 6:23 p.m. That's apoptosis. That means the body will get rid of you. And because we know you were supposed to go, it creates no ruckus. They go quietly. Shh. Don't make any noise. You might wake up all the other baby cells who's trying to sleep and eat. No, go quietly. In apoptosis, the cell membrane dissolves first. Why? Because the phosphatidylserine is on the surface. So that means you attack from the surface. So what you're going to end up with at the end is called implosion. Wait, understand that term? That means from the outside in, implosion, and then the cell dissolves. That means the nucleus will dissolve last. Because it's programmed cell death, no inflammation at all. And when the nucleus is finally going to die, we got 3 terms you want to be familiar with. So Kathleen, pycnosis. Think of the word, pick your nose. You pick your nose, you come out with blebs. So pycnosis is when the cell membrane forms blebs, is the way they'll describe it. Karyohexis is when the cell membrane breaks up into chunks. And karyolysis, the word lysis means to dissolve, is when the cell membrane, when the nucleus finally dissolves. The point here is, big picture, if I see any one of these 3 words, the cell is not coming back. You understand, Karina? You understand, Sabu? Bigger picture, not just the cell is not coming back. Don't do surgery. You ain't gonna survive. Should I do dialysis? No, gonna fail anyway. That's the big picture. Anytime you see these three words, whatever that organ is, it ain't coming back. That means don't do anything to it. It won't work anyway. Everybody understand? They'll make it into a nice long clinical vignette and answer you a simple question. Anytime you see signs of apoptosis, folks, that's it. The cell's not coming back. Once that nucleus is gone, it's gone. The cell is gone. And then there's necrosis. Necrosis is accidental injury. You fell down, you burnt yourself, you cut yourself. That's an accident. Those cells weren't supposed to die today, Meha. Why'd you let them die? You let them die. So because it's accidental, what part of that cell should you destroy? If you want to really destroy the entire cell, Meha says, the nucleus. So that's why in necrosis, the nucleus dissolves first. So on a test question, they'll usually show you a picture, and you got to figure out which one it is. So you'll see the membrane is falling apart, the nucleus is still in the middle, not being touched. That's how you know it's apoptosis. Okay, versus you see the nucleus falling apart and the cell membrane is still intact. Yeah, okay, well, that's necrosis now. Okay? So necrosis is not planned, Abigail. It's not planned. And because it's not planned, it sets off inflammation. Everybody says, well, how come those cells are dying? Go check it out. Neutrophils say, don't worry, we're going to check it out right now. What is the first visible sign that the cells have been irreversibly harmed? What do you see? Swelling. When do neutrophils first show up? 4.5 hours, predominantly by 24 hours. Peak at what day? Day 3. What cells show up at day 4, Maria? Macrophages and? They always travel with the T cells. They never travel apart now. Always sit above. So T cells and macrophages show up at day 4 and peak at what day? 7. What cells show up at day 7, Sabu? Fibroblasts, when do they peak? 1 month. When do they finish? 6 months. Everybody still remember this, right? Better remember it now. That covers all the diseases. So apoptosis and necrosis. Any questions at all? Now, at first glance, Karis, you think you just learned about 2 words. No. You didn't just learn about 2 words. You understand these 2 words though? I think so, she said. She's saying, I think so, because that means you might be inviting some questions from Dr. Francis. That's why she says, I think so. You know, I gotta let you know if you understand it or not. So 2 words are worth 1,000 questions. Listen up, here we go. Let's apply what we just learned. Let's say you got apoptosis. What part of the cell will dissolve first? Cell membrane or nucleus? Cell membrane. Anytime you got necrosis, what part of the cell will dissolve first? Nucleus or cell membrane? Nucleus. So anytime you see pygnosis, is it reversible or irreversible? Irreversible. Anytime you see kerihexis, reversible or irreversible? Irreversible. Anytime you see cherolysis, reversible or irreversible? Irreversible. I understand. I don't care who started first. Once I see those 2 words, that's it. Cell's not coming back. You understand? So now, let's say I ask you this way then. If I ask you, there's a cell on your back that was supposed to die last week, and I still see it today, what failed to happen? Apoptosis didn't happen. You understand that, Karina? You understand what's in it? I don't think you understand. Let me do it again. Let's see, you see 2 cells on your back that's supposed to die last week, and they're still here today. What failed to happen? Apoptosis. I see 1,000 cells on your back, and they're supposed to die last week, and they're still here today. What failed to happen? Apoptosis didn't happen. And then here's how I get my little road like this. Hey, check it out. Let's say you got a skin tag on your back, and I say, how come this skin tag is still here? How come it didn't melt off in utero? What failed to happen? Apoptosis. Let's say you got an extra finger on your hand. I say, how come there's an extra finger in here? How come it didn't dissolve in utero? What failed to happen? Oh, but wait a minute, you got syndactyly. How come there's a membrane right here between your 2 fingers? And I ask, how come the membrane's still there? How come it didn't dissolve? What failed to happen? Oh, apoptosis, no way. You got polydactyly. You got 6 fingers on one hand. That means you're going to win the slap boxing contest with no problem. All right, so what failed to happen? How come that finger still there? What? You say what? Hey, but you got holoprosencephaly, no sulcite gyride. And I ask you, how come there's no sulcite gyride? How come those tissues didn't melt away like they should have? What failed to happen? There it is, folks. We just covered a ton of pediatrics. Look them up, see if I'm wrong. This is how they test you. And you guys think they're asking new questions. And it's the same question all the time. It's always a newborn child and they got something on their back, something on their toes, something in their brain, something somewhere. You guys don't realize the answer is the same for every one of them. It's never been different. But that's how they know when students are memorizing. They memorize one book and they swear that that's the answer. You don't realize they're just going to switch the details on you. They're going to make up something else that's on your body and answer the same question again. And it sounds like the answer should be different, not if you understand the basics. The answer is the same all the time. If you're asked to explain why a baby has anything on his body that was supposed to disappear, the answer is the same. Apoptosis didn't happen. And you already know the whole drill. They want to know the gene, the protein, the label, the enzymes, done. You don't have to look any of them up, okay? But it's gonna be called something different all the time. So that means phosphatidylserine, the mark of scheduled death. The mark of apoptosis, recognized by caspases. P53 is a gene. Where is P53 located in the cell cycle, Justin? What? No, that is phase. Where's it located, Melissa? No, G1 to S are B, not P53. I want to know where P53 is located, Miguel. Yeah, between G2 and M. That's where P53 is, okay? And then D-cyclin is a protein that controls apoptosis, big day. Let's look at necrosis now. Let's just focus on necrosis, Ms. Zena, you're up. The most common cause of necrosis, unscheduled cellular death, is something called ischemia. Also known as coagulative necrosis, because coagulum, clot. That means the most common reason for ischemia, a clot forms and then no more blood supply. Makes sense, right? All right, so the most common cause of necrosis anywhere in your body, Zena's gonna say what? Most common cause of ischemia, necrosis anywhere in your body, you're gonna say what? Ischemia. If I say what's the most common cause of necrosis on your left big toe? Ischemia, right big toe. Huh? Ischemia, right big toe. What if you're bow-legged? Ischemia of the leg. Okay. What if you're bow-legged and you got red hair? Ischemia there. Okay. So the most common cause of necrosis anywhere in your body. Zena's what? Ischemia. Everybody understand what I just said? Anybody not understand? Say something right now. Because I'm gonna catch you later. Well, this is week 3, so I'm gonna warn you before I catch it. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you how to catch how to catches you guys. You think you understand it until I make it clinical. And that's how they rewrite the test all the time. They could care less if you memorize first aid 5 times. Who cares? The tester can rewrite the test because he uses new details to see if you understood the original idea or are you into details. All right, we'll see if you guys get it. All right, so necrosis, ischemia is the most common. We say coagulative. Now, this is what happens 90% of the time. That means there must be some benefit. Your body can't do the same thing 9 out of 10 times unless there's some benefit to it. The benefit is tissues die, but the architecture of the organ is maintained. The architecture of the organ is maintained. That means if I ask you what's the most common cause of necrosis in the heart, Halima, you say what? You say ischemia. So if you infarct my ventricle, yes, I got some scar tissue right here, but the muscle, rest of the muscle is still intact. That's why that muscle just keeps on working. And that's why you're alive and well. That's why your body does this the majority of times, because the prognosis is better. So when somebody has an ischemic stroke, why do you think the neurologist says, hey, prognosis is good? Because the other cells around that still normal. They'll take over the function for you. And over time, guess what? All of a sudden, he gets everything back. That's why ischemia, although it's necrosis, is the most favorable type of necrosis. Everybody clear about that? So it's not by chance. This happens 9 out of 10 times. There's got to be some favorability to it. And now we know. All right. Next one, purulent. Anytime you hear purulent, what do you think of? Pus. Anytime you hear pus, what do you think of? Bacteria. Give me 2 strong markers for neutrophils. Ida. 2 potent markers to attract neutrophils. Because when you hear purulent, that's neutrophils. Ooh, and she wants to help you. Leukotriene B4 and IL-8. Make sure you pick one of those 2 on the test, because that's the only 2 that ever give me points. The others get nothing. Okay, so purulent necrosis, think pus, therefore think bacteria. Right? And if you want the cytokines, there's the two cytokines, you just heard. Okay? So, can viruses be purulent? Sure they can. Just don't pick it. Can a fungus be purulent? Sure it can. Just don't pick it. Remember, the only way you're gonna get to 9 out of 10 is do the same thing all 10 times. Then you'd be right 9, miss 1. But if you start guessing the one time to some test whether want the virus to be the answer, forget it. You won't even get the other 9 anymore. Okay, so anytime you see purulent, pick the same thing, bacteria. Ignore everything else on that list. That's the only way to stay accurate. All right, that's purulent. Granulomatous. Anytime you see granulomatous, edema, that means there's T cells and macrophages involved. You understand that? Whenever you hear T cells and macrophages, Melissa, is that humoral or cell mediated? Cell mediated. Would that be bacterial or non-bacterial? Non-bacterial. That means everything except bacteria should be on your list. Steve, what's the most common? Viruses. Steve, what's the most common virus? Man, y'all better lay off this man. Get off him, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Give the man a little breathing room. Good job. See? Because I already taught you the answers. But you got to know how to apply what you've learned. See, that's what I mean. The test can start with a physiology question, switch it all the way to immunology. Immunology, make it biochemistry at the end. And that's why when students don't know how to move things around, all of a sudden the questions look so hard. That's because your brain is rigid, because you've memorized it. And you don't realize you can move it over here if you want. Move it over here if you want. That's what the test is doing. But the answer still remains the same. Very good. Yeah, so granulomatous. I always think non-bacterial. I start with virus. Fungus, go down the list. Same list I gave you guys. Okay? Yes, Halima. Virus of CMV is number 1, EBV is number 2. If they say symptomatic, then you say adenovirus. Remember I told you guys that. Adenovirus is the most common symptomatic virus in humans. All right, very good. So granulomatous, T cells and macrophages. Fibrinous. Anytime you see fibrinous necrosis, think vasculitis. If you have a vasculitis, what's your first name, sir? Naim. Oh man, I haven't seen you in a while. You can see you back here. All right, so Naim. If you see vasculitis, what funny looking cells you're gonna see in the peripheral smear? Schistocytes everywhere. And the most common vasculitis in children, Naim. Most common vasculitis in children, Halima. Maybe Melissa. Huh? HUS is the most common cause of renal failure, but not the most common vasculitis. Jess, hit me one good time. HSP is the most common vasculitis in children. And then post-strep GX. All right, so vasculitis. The most common one in adults, Solange. Most common vasculitis in adults, Chris. Hypertension followed by diabetes. All right, again, all these things we're rehearsing. Be ready, folks, because this is how you keep your knowledge fresh. Keep repeating things over and over again. After a while, it just becomes natural. All right, so fibrinous, think vasculitis first. And you got your most common. Think uremia second. Uremia means severe renal failure. Caris, what's the most common cause of renal failure in children? HUS. You guys are getting them flipped around. HSP is the most common vasculitis, but not the most common cause of renal failure. HUS is the most common cause of renal failure, but not the most common vasculitis. All right. And the most common cause of uremia in adults, again, is the hypertension and diabetes. That list doesn't change. All right. And then TB is number 3. Any questions on the term so far? All right. That's fibrinous. Next one, caseous. Anytime you see caseous necrosis, that means cheesy. Caseous necrosis, Chris with a C. Always think tuberculosis. So in other words, some terms are very limited in what you can think, and then some terms are a little more general. Like cases only points to TB and nobody else. But TB can be granulomatous, because it's not a bacterium. It can be fibrinous, but it's number 3. See that? It can even be purulent in rare cases. Okay, but on a test, if they want TB, they'll say caseous. Because then they want to see, do you know, it's only this guy. Okay? But this way, when they say, use a certain word, you can't move outside that word. So that means if they say fibrinous, I can't because I'm neuromuscular disease, it's got to be vasculitis. Okay? The test writer is giving you these subtle clues, trying to see if you've learned the language of medicine, and you can use the language against him. He's literally telling you what he wants for an answer. Okay? So caseous means cheesy, always bring tuberculosis. Fat necrosis occurs in any organ surrounded by fat. In the abdomen, most common one, pancreatitis. Matt, the most common cause of pancreatitis in children is? Yes, Michael. Trauma is number one. What's number two? Sorry, it's infection. Coxsackie B followed by mumps. And number three, high triglycerides. Number four, high calcium. This you've heard several times. What's common cause of pancreatitis in adults? Ida. Gallstones, number one. What's number two? Alcohol. Remember, alcohol used to be number one. It's been bumped down to number two now. All right, then high triglycerides and then high calcium. So number 3 or 4, the same for everybody. So fat necrosis in the abdomen, always think pancreatitis, nothing else. Fat necrosis in the breast. And that's a unique situation. It means she's been beat up. Fat necrosis in the breast occurs with significant trauma, blunt trauma to the breast. Well, that brings us to a very interesting topic called a battered woman. The battered woman is a very interesting case. A series of articles came out in the late 80s about this woman. First one was, it was called a hidden second diagnosis. It means she never tells you that her boyfriend or husband is beating the heck out of her every day. She just comes in with all these non-specific complaints. So she just goes, oh, my chest hurts, doc, my chest hurts. And then you examine her and you feel crunch, 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 which is calcifications. That's fat necrosis. You say, Ms. Smith, how'd you get this? She makes up a story real fast. She always protects him. All right. So why does she make up a story? Because she's afraid of him. She's afraid of him, very afraid of him. That's because the person you're dealing with is very dangerous, folks. Very dangerous. How dangerous? Number one, he's very jealous. Number two, is homicidal. Number three, is very paranoid. Folks, that's a bad combination. All right? You never want to be on his bad side. So here's the deal. With children and elderly, we can intervene, right? By law, we have to intervene. If you suspect a abused child and abused elderly, you have to report it, or else you're not liable. Okay, so if you even suspect it, folks, just report it. Let them figure out it's nothing. Okay, because they're prosecuting physicians if you're wrong. Okay, so that's why I said, just don't take that chance. Just report it anytime you see something. All right. Excuse me? Prosecutors put them in jail. Yes, I'm telling you, they're going after physicians like you and me. Yeah, unfortunately, we're in that time period where they don't like physicians all that much. But let me tell you why. A study found that 90% of children, this was a pediatric study, found that 90% of children who were abused, all right, and then rolled in dead, were seen by a pediatrician in the last 30 days. And the pediatrician actually documented some signs of abuse, but did nothing. They said, okay, forget it. We're holding you guys guilty now from now on. Because all this time, they weren't holding pediatricians guilty for anything. They said, just make sure you report it. But when that study came out, they said when doctors see the problem, they still don't do anything. It's okay, forget it. You guys, you're in trouble now. If you don't report it, we're coming after you. Yeah, see, that's how you get people to really report it now. Because if you don't report it, and if you're wrong, you got a big lawsuit to fight about. That means you're trying to fight to not go to jail. Because they get you for, what was it, not manslaughter, not even negligence, no, the accessory to a murder. I mean, they're coming down hard. So that means you need a very expensive lawyer to keep you out of jail. I mean, that's why they made a stiff penalty so that doctors will force you better start reporting this thing. Because I mean, 90%, that's not a small number. 9 out of 10, the doctor recognized and still did nothing. And so we bring these problems on ourselves, folks. From all the stuff I see in the literature, I can't even feel bad about it. I feel bad that we're being prosecuted, but we brought that on ourselves. Okay, I told you if a physician does not understand something, it doesn't matter if he sees it, he doesn't know what it means. Yeah, it was right there in his notes. Thank you very much. That's what I mean. It means when you're not sure, if you even suspect it, make a call. Let them decide that there's nothing. Okay, but that way you stay out of jail and nobody's trying to put you in jail. Okay. All right. So fat necrosis, a battered woman. Hidden second diagnosis. She comes with different complaints. What the article said, you must watch body language very carefully, or else you'll never pick it up, because she's not gonna tell you. First one, she comes into your office, and the whole time she's looking down at the ground like this. Why? Her husband or boyfriend never lets her look him in the eye. She's used to being slapped every time she's looked him in the eye, so she don't even want to look you in the eye. So she's looking down at the ground like that. You say, Miss Smith, the more you try to look at her, she keeps looking down even further. She goes all the way down the ground if she has to, because she's afraid of being beat by this guy. All right, second, she comes into the office with him, and he's doing all the talking. Every time you ask her a question, he starts talking. That's because he's trying to cover his tracks. Okay, everybody follow? Bad problem. But what if it's an Asian couple or a Middle Eastern couple? The husband does speak for the wife. Everybody follow me? So they'll present it to you, and the husband says, no, in my country, I speak for my wife. And the question is, how do you respond to this person? Number one, you educate them. Meaning in America, the wife speaks for herself. And if you're gonna live here in America, she must speak for herself. And obviously you say it in a respectful manner, okay? With all due respect, Mr. Whatever, in your country, women don't speak and the husband speaks for them. But in America, we insist that the female must speak for herself. So I cannot get the history from you. She has to speak up, and I have to get the history from her. And if you're not willing to let that happen, that means if he says, well, I refuse, I dismiss both of them. See you guys later. I told you, just get off the computer, date, names, we're done, hand it to him. See you later. Because I refuse to put myself in trouble. Because if you get a history and you keep saying he said, you sound terrible in court if something happens. Because if something goes wrong with that woman, they're coming after you. And you talk about you didn't get the history from her, you got it from him? I said, Doc, now which articles you been reading? Okay, because of course he's gonna cover his tracks. You can't trust him to give you the real story. All right, so what do we do at that point? We ask him politely and respectfully to leave the room so I can talk to his wife. If he says yes, great. Now she'll tell you the story, because she will not talk with him in that room. Okay? And if he refuses, you dismiss him. That's it. We're done. Okay? They made it easy for doctors to dismiss patients, because this way you don't have to stop, go to court, make a call, fill out a form. No, just did it, put a name, date, done. Okay? Any questions on that? All right. The other thing they found out about this guy, like I said, he's paranoid, he's homicidal, he's very jealous. In other words, don't give this woman advice about what to do. Watch out in all the answers. The answer is never tell her what to do. Don't ever tell her to leave this guy. It's so easy to talk like that, folks. Or for a nurse to say, you ought to leave this fool. He's gonna beat you up 3 times this week. Okay? Why is that? Because there have been doctors who've been shot leaving their office that day. Because if you advise her to leave him, he thinks you're after his woman. I told you, he's paranoid. He thinks you're after his woman. Even the police are trained, same thing. Stay out of it. All right? Yes, you and I know it's a bad situation, but stay out of it. You'll get yourself killed over this, okay? Policemen are told, stay out of it. Why? Because when they come, a domestic call, and she said, I'm in jail, I don't care, kill her if you want to. I don't care what happens to him. Guess who comes to bail him out 4 hours later? Same woman that says kill him. That happens 9 out of 10 times. That's why they told cops, stay out of it. Because if you start advising, oh, you really should leave this guy, she bails him out 4 hours later, and then she says, oh yeah, he told me I should leave you. Oh Lord. You don't even know who's stalking you. How do you get the cops to protect you if he starts stalking you? He hasn't talked to you, he hasn't touched you, he hasn't even threatened you. But then you're shot, leaving your office later that evening. Because that's happened in the past, folks. That's why they tell doctors to stay out of it. And the courts have even ruled, because she's an adult, she can make the decision to leave anytime she wants. Even though she's afraid to leave, she can make that decision. So as doctors, we're not obligated to do anything to help her. She's an adult, okay? So you gotta remember, there's no legal obligation for you. So you don't have to worry about anything, okay? That's why they say, if you don't know how to speak to her, just don't. They're trying to save your life, just so you know, okay? Because let's say the woman is talking to you and you're just listening and listening, and then you're talking to her, she's listening and listening and listening, except now she's 15 minutes late to get his dinner ready. And then when she walks in that house, he just whacks it down on the ground. You know, and she's like, "Doggone, I'm so tired of you. Always hit me like that. I should leave your butt like the doctor told me to." What? The doctor told you what? He's going after the doctor now. And the doctor has no idea somebody's hunting him that day. Okay, so that's why you never want to be on that radar. All right, same thing with cops, same thing with nurses. Don't say anything, folks. Stay out of it. All right, so how do we help? The way we help is we get social services involved because they've been trained to communicate. All right, they know doctors haven't been trained. They don't even want you to bother. I let the social service get it. Here's how she does it. Usually a she. All right, so she goes to Miss Smith, let's say. She says, "Miss Smith, I've been asked to see you because you've got something in your breast called fat necrosis." And when a woman presents with fat necrosis, notice how she just switched to third person. And when a woman, that means I'm going to give you all the information you need, but in third person. You take whatever you like. That's how the social worker keeps out of trouble too. Okay? And when a woman presents with fat necrosis, we know that she's been battered. We know that she's been battered. However, we also know that she is very afraid of this man. Remember, acknowledge somebody's fear, right? We also know, because that study I was telling you about, that we know she's afraid. And that's why they don't leave. They're so afraid they will not leave. Because they're afraid if they leave and he finds her, he'll kill her. Okay? So she just decides to stay. And especially if they've had children, she doesn't leave the children with them. All right, so it's a real sad story, but stay out of it. Okay? So anyway, so she goes on. And when a woman comes in with fat necrosis, our study shows us that she's been beat up and she has a right to be afraid, because our studies also show that this male that she's dealing with is paranoid, jealous, and homicidal. So we know that she does not want to mess up with this guy. Our studies also show, this was a follow-up article for the first one. Our studies also show that if she leaves this guy and she comes back to him, she has a 9 out of 10 chance of being dead in the next 30 days. Folks, that was the most devastating article I've ever. I had no idea it was that high. I knew I've heard it on the news, you know, she was found dead and she had a battering husband or boyfriend, but I had no idea. If she leaves and she comes back, like 9 out of 10 do, 90% are gonna be dead in the next month. Why? Because at first he says, "Oh, honey, please, oh, I'm so glad you came back. I missed you. Oh, please don't leave me again. I really need you. So she starts to think, oh yeah, he's gonna be changed now. He missed me. So he's learned his lesson. No, you just riled him up. Because 3 or 4 days later, here comes the question. Paranoid. Well, where were you? Oh, I was gonna stay with my friend. I'm not your friend's house. I didn't see you. I knew you would be coming by my friend's house. That's why I stayed out of the window. But I was down the street park and I watched your friend's house for hours. I never saw you. That's because I knew you'd be down the street. And that's why I never came out that door. Are you sure you weren't with somebody else? See, the jealousy's kicking in. You sure you didn't see another man? He is paranoid that she saw somebody else. So after a while, it eats at him so badly, the thought that she was with another man, that he would rather kill her and find out that that was a true statement. That was the truth. But it's all in his head. But he believes it, that she was with somebody else. That's why he couldn't find her and ends up killing her. Okay? I mean, I've seen movies on TV about it. One was because they start out, a guy, his father was a battering husband, and he saw how he beat up the mom all the time. So he hated his father. But he did not know he learned how to beat women. And then when he got a girlfriend in his teenage years, at first he was just talking about how his father was so mean to the mom and how he was never a good father and all that stuff. And she just loves him to death because he promises he would never be like his father. He would never do this and all that. All right. And then one day she makes him mad with something and whack. That's because he saw it. That's what his father did all the time. It's called social learning. He didn't even know he picked it up from his dad. And now he's just like his father. And in that story, he ends up killing her too. It was called when nobody speaks. Because her friends saw her beat up all the time. Black eye, bruises, nobody said a thing. You know? So that's, they were just showing, yes, you don't have to say anything to her or the boyfriend, but you should have reported. At least get social services in the school to say, you know, could you check with Sally down there? I see her with bruises all the time. Then they will talk to Sally. And then you stay out of it. Okay, but that was just the story when nobody speaks, that nobody said anything. All right, so be careful. Any questions on the battering husband? Yes.
Would fat necrosis be on it? Because I think the breast is a major like sign.
The breast is 95% fat, and that's why when you bruise it, remember dystrophic calcification, or rather, metastatic calcification can also occur. Hypercalcemia, you get sucked up by the fat, and boom, you got necrosis.
My question is like, so would fat necrosis be in other parts of the body that are that trauma?
Oh yeah, it can be other parts of the body. It's just the breast is more likely to have it. That's all. All right. So fat necrosis. Any questions on that? So the battering husband, folks, stay out of his way, please. Just don't get involved in it. You know, it's more with female physicians, because female physicians get so mad they see another female get beat up, and then they just say the wrong thing, and then get yourself beat up by the husband who's waiting for you outside your job. So don't do that. Just don't. Huh? That happens, yes. It happens, folks. Why do you think they made the law that we don't have to get involved? Because she's an adult, and theoretically she can make the decision, leave anytime she wants to. Now, here's the last piece by the social service. Let me just finish this story. Social service will finish the story like this. She says, now, if this woman wants to leave this man, she must make the decision one time and one time only, because there's no chance of going back, because we don't want her to jeopardize the other women that we're also hiding. But if she decides finally she wants to leave this guy, here's a card. Call a number on that card. We find out where you are, we will come and get you. You'll be kept at a place where nobody knows the address and no mail arrives. You'll be assigned to an attorney who will prosecute this guy, and the only time you ever have to see him again is when you have to testify in court. After that, you'll be given a new name, new social security number, some money, and start a life somewhere else with a new identification. The sad part, folks, is if she has children, she can't see her children anymore. Because man, those children have his last name. And so a lot of these guys will stalk the school where the children go. And the day that mother comes to pick up her children, he'll kill all of them. So they don't want to see that happen. So, you know, they usually will give it to grandma or her sister, you know, an auntie, but that way they're still around somebody familiar, but she cannot be around them. For their sake, she will take a new name and leave them alone, because otherwise their lives are in danger, all of them. Okay, it's a real bad case, folks. All right, so she has to make that decision once and once for all. And then after the guy is prosecuted, put in jail. Remember, he's not in jail forever. They will put out a story on the news, national news, that she was found dead somewhere, chopped up. Seriously, why? Because now he thinks she's dead for good. Now he'll curse her name and everything, saying she deserves it, she deserves it. But that means when he gets out of jail, he doesn't go looking for her. Because before that, he would go looking for her and kill her anyway. Because she still has the same name, he'll find her. And of course, now with the internet, hell, it's easy to find somebody, you know? But before, somehow he would just stalk and find out where she lives and kill her. And if they had children, kill the children too. I mean, the man has a cold heart, folks, but it's that paranoid part of him. You cannot fight it. So watch out for the battered woman. A lot of questions about that on the exam. Fat necrosis. Then gangrenous necrosis is found in a part of your body with very low circulation, usually arms and legs. Like in diabetics, we have vasculitis. You know, Berger's disease, where you got vasculitis so severe everywhere. Lupus, rheumatoid, any of them can have it. But it's usually in extremity. So gangrene. Hemorrhagic necrosis. Hemorrhagic necrosis occurs, Gustavo, in any place where there's two or more blood supplies, such as the brain. You have arterioles in the back, carotids in the front, two or more blood supplies. Give me another one, Abby. Liver, portal vein, hepatic artery. See, so there's a lot of examples for that one, okay? But hemorrhagic necrosis occurs in any organ with two or more blood supplies. Now, you would think, Karina, if you have two or more blood supplies, that's always a good thing. Well, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But you understand so far? I'm going to give you both profiles. One, the first one, when it is. Second one, when it's not. So I'm going to pretend I'm the tissue right here in the middle. Behind this podium, I'm the tissue. I get 50% of my blood supply from over here on the left, 50% of my blood supply over here on the right. Everybody with me so far? I'm going to start cutting back on the blood supply over here on the right. Yeah, 2%, 3%, 5%, 7%, 8%. The two numbers you want to know, 10%. when you, so 10% loss means 0.9. So when blood supply hits 0.9 and 0.7, those are two numbers where bad things happen. When the blood supply goes to 0.9, which means you've lost 10% of your blood flow, okay? Ischemic changes begin. Nobody's died yet, just ischemic changes begin. What does that mean? This tissue, me, I will start producing a hormone called angiogenin. What is that going to do? Grow new blood vessels, because this blood vessel is now defective. In general, what we call that? Collateralization. That's the answer you're looking for. As long as it's slow and progressive. See, I've lost 4 and 5 and 6. That means I got time. I can put out angiogenin and a new blood vessel will go around that clot and come around here. And if I lose 7, he provides me 7. Lose 8, he provides me 8. And so I got all 100, 1% of 100% of my blood supply. Everybody understand? Collateralization is how you prevent cellular death, even though you have ischemia. Any questions on that? So if you got ischemia going on, what organ you worried about the most? Sandra. The brain. So the brain, as usual, already has its own collateral. It's called a circular Willis. See that? The body makes sure the brain is protected from the minute you were born as a child. You got a circular Willis. And therefore, if blood supply is sacrificed on one side, the other side will just sweep blood right over there. No harm done whatsoever. Somebody did a study to prove that this was true. Ingenious, how he came up with this. He found, was it? No, he just found people who died during car accidents, okay? And he started dissecting their carotids until he found a bunch of them where one carotid was completely occluded. Then he would summon their chart, their medical chart, to see, did they ever have a history of stroke or TIA? And the answer was no. See that? As long as it's slow and progressive, nothing happens. Nothing happens. You're completely protected. So what do they do on the exam? They use a word that means the same thing as slow and progressive. The question, you have atherosclerosis of the right carotid. What is atherosclerosis? Always slow and progressive. That's not saying it's rapid atherosclerosis. Atherosclerosis occurs over years, decades. Okay, so if you have atherosclerosis of your right carotid with ventral total occlusion on the right side, they'll say, what's going to happen on the right side of the brain? You understand what I just explained? The answer is absolutely nothing will happen. Because the left will sweep over there, and there it is. You still have blood supply to the right side of your brain. Nothing ever happened. Everybody understand that? So when does an infarct happen then? It only happens if you're the end artery, which means you're the end of the artery. That means you can't get collaterals coming in from anywhere else. If you're an end artery and I close you off, there's going to be massive damage. Or if I suddenly lose the blood supply, then I don't have time to build new collateral. Everybody understand so far? Any questions on that? So if you got atherosclerosis with ventral total occlusion of one carotid, nothing happens on that side. Everybody clear? But then what happens when you throw an embolus in your neck? The middle cerebral artery, 90% of strokes. And that's because middle cerebral provides 90% of blood supply, and he's the end artery. There's nobody else coming. See that? And that's why 9 out of 10 strokes involve the middle cerebral artery, because that's the end of the blood supply to the brain. So if you clog that one on with a plaque, that's it. Nothing. You got no time for circular Willis to even help you. And that equals a massive stroke now. So 2 numbers I promise you. First one was 0.9. That means when you lose 10% blood flow. Next one was 0.7. That means when you're only getting 70% of the blood flow that you need, then you're gonna get necrosis. Necrosis begins. So 0.9 and 0.7. Now, if I take what I just taught you, let me apply it to peripheral vascular disease. So whenever you get to 0.9 or less, ischemic changes begin. That's called symptoms. That means they start all of a sudden, start having claudication, or trouble walking upstairs, or running downhill, whatever. While they're jogging, they get cramps in their leg. You say, okay, what do we do? They say, well, do secondary prevention to stop it from progressing. That's why they say give them aspirin and statins. Notice, just prevention. Okay, because it's only at 10%. We're not going to be doing surgery on that. Okay. And then they say do graded exercise. That means have them, jog slowly, jog just 1 mile at a time, not and 2 miles. Just retrain the body. Why are you doing that? Because when you're exercising, folks, you activate plasminogen, the plasma who busts up that plaque for you. See that? Because we know that's what happens. That's why they say do the graded exercise. And that's why over time, all of a sudden he's doing more and more and more. That's because plasma is busting up the plaque and he just doesn't know it. Next thing, when necrosis comes in. So remember, aspirin and statins, this is for all arterial vascular disease. You always start with those 2 drugs. All right, then you do graded exercise. And the next thing is xylostazol. Xylostazol is a vasodilator. So that means open that vessel up back to normal. And all of a sudden their pain goes away. All the discomfort goes away. Then when you hit 0.7, necrosis comes in. They tell you anytime you see necrosis, it is time to do an angiogram and revascularization. See? 0.9, 0.7 are the 2 marks where they're going to question you the most. But I just gave you the whole 4 steps of how we manage all arteriovascular disease. One more time. Secondary prevention is first, aspirin and statins. That means because we know it's a plaque over 90% of the time, so we want to slow that down. Then we say graded exercise. That means you're activating plasminogen to plasma and breaking up the plaque for yourself. Then we give you xylostazol, the vasodilate that vessel, so that you go back to normal blood flow. And then once necrosis occurs at 0.7, we say, oh, okay, angiogram, and then do revascularization surgery. Any questions on arteriovascular disease? All right. Now, what about the other side when it's not so good? So here I am. I'm the tissue again, right here in the middle. And I got 50-50. Oh, Mabel, you got a question?
I have a question, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
Please, sir, you said I will give aspirin and statin with
Yeah.
exercise and xylostazol. So when do we, at what point? They said, you said 0.7, we now do angiogram. So the other
Yeah.
ones you called, is it at 0.6 or something?
No. The angiogram is when you get to 0.7 and you see necrosis, evidence of necrosis. Before that, what we do is what we call ankle brachial index. The blood pressure at your arm, the ankle versus the brachial. All right, so that's what you do a ratio, and you want to see where it's at. They said 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, whatever. That's what you're trying to do. Okay, and it's not till necrosis sets in that we do angiogram and revascularization.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, here we go. So when things are not so good, when it happens suddenly. So I'm the tissue right here in the middle. I get 50-50, and all of a sudden there's an embolus. Comes flying out of nowhere. Yeah, bam! I just lost 50% of my blood flow. You understand? That means I'm below 0.9 and I'm below 0.7 as well. That's why necrosis happens immediately. Everybody follow that? That's why an embolus is more devastating than a fresh clot. So thrombotic problems means a thrombus formed. Those are better than an embolus, which means it came flying from somewhere else. That's because it comes suddenly and you lose a ton of blood supply just like that. There's no time for collateral, no time for repair. A lot of tissue is about to die. Embolic strokes, therefore the most devastating because it came so suddenly. Okay. So 2 or more blood supplies is bad in that case, right? Because what's going to happen? The blood supply has been cut off completely from one side. Swelling will start, redness and swelling. When do the neutrophils show up? Oshni. 4.5 hours. As long as it's less than 4.5 hours, you can remove that clot. And there's no neutrophils and no free radicals. But if you remove it after 4.5 hours, does everybody understand there's neutrophils and free radicals? Those free radicals will come into the area and destroy whatever's in their way. That's called reperfusion injury. They'll actually explain that. Why do you think when managing stroke, they say if it's after 4.5 hours, don't even think about TPA. You cannot move that clot out of the way. It's actually protecting you now. Okay? But before 4.5, fine, remove it. Reperfusion injury is worse than the original one because ischemic stroke is better than a hemorrhagic stroke. If you let the blood supply, oh boy, now it's hemorrhagic. Now your brain just turned to mush. Now, let me apply what I just learned to strokes. That means if I ask you what's the most common cause of a stroke, and Gustavo would say what? Hypercholesterolemia, close, but not the best answer. Let me ask, Abigail. It's called ischemia again. I told you ischemia, most common cause of everything, all these things. All right, so when somebody comes in and say, oh, I lost my left side. You say, oh man, he had a stroke. Well, that means it could be ischemic. And that's 90%. Or it could be hemorrhagic. And that's 10%. Now, ischemic has good prognosis, which is what I explained earlier, good prognosis. Because the rest of the brain is still normal and you can regain your function. But if it's hemorrhagic, bad prognosis, because the tissue has been turned to mush. There's no way to get it back. Absolutely not. You understand that, Melissa? Everybody else understand that? So that's why their formula is, when somebody comes in with a stroke, the first thing you gotta do is fix out is it ischemic or hemorrhagic? How you gonna do that? Nice. Gloria. A non-contrast, you gotta scan your head. Because you don't know if it's ischemic, you don't know if it's hemorrhagic till you look. That's why the first thing we do is CT scan without contrast. Why do we say without contrast? Because if they're bleeding, the contrast will bleed right into their brain. You'll kill them, you just make it worse. So without contrast and see. If it's ischemic, nothing will show up. Ischemia doesn't show up for 48 hours. But that's all I want to know. They'll say brain looks normal, so good, ischemic. Hemorrhagic shows up right away. You can see the blood. It looks blacker than the rest of the brain. You say, oh my God, he bled into this area, or he bled into that area. CT scan without contrast, the first thing you do. If it's hemorrhagic stroke, what do? Number one, hospitalize him. You definitely can't send him home. Number two, put him in the ICU, because I don't know how bad the prognosis will be. Number three, notify a neurosurgeon. Why? I may need him to decompress his brain, because pressure may build up. I don't know. That's why they always want you to have a neurosurgeon on standby. That way you don't have to find him on the golf course. He knows you might call. Okay? And number four, pray for your patient. Okay, I put that in there. That's just me. Why? Because there's nothing else I can do. Can't do TPA, can't do aspirin, can't put salacin, can't do complete, you can't do anything. You just pray for your patient and hope they're that 10% that'll make it, because the other 90% ain't gonna make it. Hemorrhagic is terrible because the brain is mush. And intracranial pressure will build up as more and more brain swells, and that's why they want to do a surgeon on standby in case you need that. Okay? All right, but if it's ischemic, I say, I don't see anything on CT scan. That means it was ischemic. You say, okay, how much time since it happened? You want somebody to be with them that can tell you, yeah, it happened at 11:30. Okay, I got 4.5 hours from there then. Okay, so if less than 4.5 hours, it says IV TPA. How does TPA work, Karis? I can't remember. Tell me how. No, give me the exact action now. Don't just tell me general. Okay, no, I don't want general. All right, Solange, what's the exact action of TPA? Remember, urokinase, tryptokinase, TPA, alteplase. I'll give you how all of them work. What do they do?
They're gonna plasminogen.
Yeah, convert plasminogen to plasmin by chopping off a lysine residue. That's the action of all these drugs. How do you reverse them, Solange? That's number two now. What do we do first? Yeah. No, not E. Close. Remember, cryoprecipitate. That's what they say. Use cryoprecipitate to reverse these. And then first for the plasma. That's not on the list. All right, so anyway, less than 4.5 hours, I can use IV TPA. That means all I gotta do is start an IV and inject you right away. See, it doesn't take that long. But what if it's 4.5 to 6 hours? Okay, then they say intra-arterial TPA. That means I gotta put a catheter in an artery. You need an interventional radiologist to do that for you. Notice that's gonna take more time, or else we'd be doing this for all of them. Okay, IV, anybody can start an IV to inject. All right, intra-arterial TPA. means I'm gonna cannulate the artery nearest that clot and drip the TPA only right there. Why am I doing that? Because when you give IV TPA, it's gonna break up clots all over my body. I'm gonna be bleeding from everywhere. But remember, when is it okay to do something that's dangerous? When death is the only. Okay, so intra-arterial TPA, 4.5 to 6 hours. Anything more than 6 hours. Everybody understand? That's gonna be poor prognosis, right? That's why they say do a 4-vessel arteriogram. And then do embolectomy. At a level 1 hospital. Because they found if it was sent to a level 1 hospital where neurosurgeons are trained to scrape clots out, the people did fared better. Which makes sense. Versus someone who's never done it and says, hey, let me try it. Well, you're not gonna do quite a good job. So this is what we now do. They found that using these 3 levels, you decrease mortality all the way up to 24 hours. But obviously, in less than 4 hours is the best. Do it before you feel short with free animals. Yes, sir.
Remember that most stroke victims, they have it in their sleep, so you have to assume it's greater than 6 hours.
Yeah, anybody who has a stroke in their sleep is this question. You have to assume it's more than 6 hours. You have to assume more than 4.5. That means we're not going to be using TPA. Okay. Okay. Any questions on management of stroke? This is the current management of stroke in America right now. Complete update. That means before I pick an answer, I look and see how long has it been, because that's what dictates what you're supposed to be doing. Okay. Huh? How do you know what?
How long?
It's usually if their wife was there at the time. Yeah, she can tell you exactly when it happened. Yep.
If not, then we go straight to the last one.
Yeah, you just go straight to the last step. Yeah, if you cannot document, that means if there's no wife, they can tell you exactly when he slumped over. That's it, skip the first 2. We're not gonna do it. That means if it's under 24 hours, I can just send to a level 1 hospital and they do a arteriogram and embolectomy. That's it, that's the best shot you got. Okay? All right, so hemorrhagic necrosis, folks, it all depends on what you're doing. All right, let me give you a couple of examples. What was it? Luther Vandross had a hemorrhagic stroke a long time ago. You know what they did for him? Put him in the hospital, ICU, had a neurosurgeon on standby and prayed for him. Notice he still died anyway. Because that's what happens 9 out of 10 times. It's bad when they first come in because the brain has been turned to mush. And that way we know there's no hope of getting that brain tissue back. We're hoping to just get lucky and still live. But he was not. The prime minister of Israel years ago, he had a hemorrhagic stroke. Put him in the hospital, ICU, had a neurosurgeon on standby. They actually had to take him to surgery, cut out part of his skull because the pressure got so great. But he never made it back. This information is written into politics. In politics, if somebody has an ischemic stroke, they maintain their voting rights. Why? There's a 9 out of 10 chance they'll come back. And their brain still works and they know what they're supposed to be doing for a living, advocating for other people. If you have a hemorrhagic stroke, do you know you lose your voting rights immediately? There's a chance that you're not gonna come back. If you did come back, your brain doesn't work, you forgot what you can do for a living. This is written into the politics, folks. See? By understanding the basic information, you'll see where it's applied, and now you understand it at those applications as well. Okay? All right, so that's hemorrhagic necrosis. Liquefact, oh, sorry, yes, Matt.
So why is intra-arterial safer than the
Why is intra-arterial, what? Safer than IV? Because you can only bleed in one place. That's only in that one artery. If I give you an IV, that means TPA goes all over your body. You can bleed from anywhere. Yeah.
Go all the way to-
Right, they can go anywhere and they can be bleeding from, 17 different places. Yeah, this one, you can only bleed from one place and that's it. All right. Oh, sorry, where are you? Liquefact necrosis means half liquid, half solid. That's the same thing as an abscess. Half liquid, half solid. Liquefact necrosis, Angie, occurs primarily in your brain. Why is that? Your brain is half liquid, half solid. Your brain is solid, but you got CSF in the middle, so it's half liquid too. So somebody can have an ischemic stroke and it turns into an abscess later. Liquefact necrosis, most common in the brain. But by definition, an abscess is anaerobic. And if by definition it's anaerobic, Michael, Where is the least likely location for liquid factor necrosis? Where? Least likely. The lung, the most aerobic organ in your body. Your lung hardly ever forms an abscess. However, you and I know you do see abscesses in the lung. Let me show you how they write this into the literature. Listen carefully. Somebody coming out of surgery, we know they're still woozy from anesthesia, they vomit a lot, but then they aspirate. Aspirate means they inhale it into their lungs. Look up the management. The area least likely to ever form an abscess. You just inhale anaerobes out of your mouth into your lungs, but I'm not worried. They say just give them oxygen and observe. It cleans up itself. The free radicals are better than your antibiotics. And if you give antibiotics, you're just inviting resistance. You're never treating anything anyway. That's why they say, just give them some oxygen, it'll be fine. But now check this one, same, another literature in surgery. It says, what if you have somebody walk in the emergency room and they have an abscess in their lung? If they form an abscess in the one place least likely to form an abscess, Ashley, that means they're able to wall themselves off all the free radicals flying around your lungs. You understand that, Ashley? What's the chance that your antibiotic can penetrate that wall then? Slim to none. That's why when you have an abscess in the lung, yes, we treat it with antibiotics, but you just have to do surgery on it to drain it. See that? In one instance, they aspirate anaerobe, same thing, but why are we not worried? Because the lung has got plenty of oxygen in it. And if, after surgery, we got oxygen in the face anyway, and that'll take care of it. That's why they said, don't worry about it. But if you come in from the outside and you got an abscess, we're way beyond that. That means whatever bug that is, that bug is mean enough that he can wall himself off with free radicals. Well, that means my antibiotic has no chance of getting it. That's why they say you better do some surgical drainage for it then. Okay? And then you put them on antibiotics. So liquid factor necrosis. So ischemic necrosis, everybody understand? Most common. Purulent necrosis, what do you think of? I said. Purulent necrosis, what are you supposed to think of? Purulent necrosis is pus. What are you supposed to think of as a cause? Bacteria, that's what you want to say, bacteria. Granulomatous, Anders, what do you think of? These are the macrophages, bacterial or non-bacterial? Non-bacterial, starting with what category? So start with virus in general. Then remember, if they say symptomatic, then it's no. If they don't, CMV and EBV. Okay? All right, so any questions on the different types of necroses? All right. Another way to mess with your nucleus, Justin, is to mess with your chromosome. That means if I ask you what happens to a child with a broken arm of a broken short arm of chromosome 3, what happens to those children? What's that? Some kind of genetic disorder. I said, you got a broken long arm of chromosome 7, what happens to those children? Some kind of genetic disorder. What do you think happens to these children? Steve, what happened? He died. See, all I did was just turn it into a genetic problem, and you guys didn't believe the answer was still the same. You mess with the nucleus. Call it a short armor 3, long armor 7, or this, trisomy, this, monosomy. I don't care what the hell they call it on the test. It's the same answer. Look them all up, see if I made a mistake. Okay? Anybody want to know what's the most common cause of miscarriage or spontaneous abortion in America? Steve, tell them. Chromosomal problems. That's how you apply it in OB. Well, you swear I read OB literature. No, I didn't. I just applied it from here. I said, I bet you it is. I looked it up. There it was. I said, I knew it. This is how the test writer moves everything around. You read about it in one situation, he puts it in a whole different situation. But it also helped me understand why Dr. Shah knew more about everybody else's field than the guy who says he's the expert. How was he able to figure it out? Yet he didn't read all the articles that the expert said he read it. That's because he knows how to pull it from over here, apply it over here. And that was something I'd never seen a doctor do before. Where you get all this information from? I'm thinking you got to read it to know it. And he's showing me, no, you don't have to read it. You just got to go understand it first. Understand it in the barest form. You can apply it to as many complex things as you want. The test writer will swear you'll be panicking because you haven't read that chapter. You said, nah, I think that sounds the same thing as over here. I'm going to apply it again. Okay? All right, so chromosomes will make the cell die or mutate. So in the case of a baby, that's called a miscarriage or spontaneous abortion, #1 cause. Chromosomal problems followed by torch infections. So let's work on monosomies and trisomies though. So first, the monosomies. First of all, what's the most common cause of every monosomy and trisomy? Itis says non-disjunction. Remember, we talked about that in the cell cycle. Okay, because both of them went one way. And that means there's a monosomy over here, a trisomy over here. Okay, so all of them, don't ever change your answer. I told you the one they like to play with is Down syndrome. People still picking advanced maternal age as the answer. That ain't the answer, I'm telling you now. Don't ever pick it. Okay? All right, non-disjunction, remember, it's usually mitotic. Okay, and 90% occur in dad, but meiosis is 1, but the ones who get transmitted, you say occur in mom, meiosis is 1. So if they're talking about a baby who has a disease, did that come from mom or dad, Kara says? How do you know it's mom? Because I just said so. How do you know I just said so? No. This is what I mean, folks. The test writer has a way of hinting at it with words to see if you pick it up. I say, well, it happened in this child. Does that mean it's already been transmitted? Just by saying this child, it's already been transmitted. That means that's how you know pick mom. Because every time I see the questions in question banks, the answer is mom. But I already know if you just say, give me a general question, what's the most common? I gotta say dad. Even though the books say mom all the time. That's because they're talking about the transmitted ones. That's what they're dealing with. But in general, that's why the test writer likes to do that to see, do you know how to figure it out when he puts it in a different situation? All right, so anyway, if you have non-disjunction, if you're missing a chromosome, they don't even have everything present. Does that make sense to you, Summer? That make sense to you, Melissa? You're missing a chromosome. That means something's gonna be missing off your body. Everybody understand that? All right, Turner syndrome is the only one they want you to know about when it comes to monosomes. What happens to all the rest of them? You say die. You'll be right on every one of them. That's why they don't ask about them. Everybody understand? Okay, you mess with chromosomes, the cell will die, the patient will die too. Turner's is the only one that lives long enough to see you in the office. And that's the one they're gonna give you several questions about. So again, still non-disjunction is the most common cause, nothing has changed. More common in meiosis 1 of mom for transmission, nothing has changed. But look at the features. These are the features that go with Turner syndrome. What's my pattern here? A pattern here is something did not develop because you're still missing a chromosome. So Miguel, in a webbed neck is because the neck did not develop. Remember, they have a problem with brachial arches or aortic arches. That gives rise from your head down to your neck is all brachial arches, right? Well, if they have trouble developing, that's why they have all these problems right along here. So webbed neck is when right here, the skin on your scalp falls right down on your shoulder. That means some of the neck is missing. Notice my theme is things are not going to develop. As long as you say something didn't develop, I say, yeah, I'm not going to argue about the detail. I don't care if my book doesn't mention it. As long as it matches something didn't develop, I say, yeah, why not? What is cystic hygroma? Is when these brachial arches, when they don't develop, you end up with brachial cysts, just cysts along the side of your neck. And those cysts will then clog up lymphatic drainage from your head and neck, it should be draining downward. And so you get lymphedema all around your neck. That's what a cystic hygroma is. Notice, still consistent with poor development of something. Okay, every one of them. Gonadal streaks, you didn't develop ovaries. That's why she doesn't go through puberty. And we don't have to memorize it. That's why if she wants to have children, okay, get IVF. Let's implant. Because you're not going to be able to carry a baby. But with your ovaries, the ovaries didn't work. But I can give you hormones and then implant the egg and sperm inside the uterus for you. Okay? Shield-shaped chest. That's because the shoulders develop normally, but the waist hardly develop. So it comes in sharply, looking like a shield or V-shape. That's what they call a shield-shaped chest. Or they'll say widely spaced nipples. The nipples look like they're further apart. That's because the waist of this young lady is so tiny. But notice my theme again, still something did not develop. And then core tissue of the aorta, notice, for development of the aortic arch, which develops from the brachial arches of embryo. I mean, that's not by chance, folks. It's understanding the patterns of things that we have to memorize it. What organ is going to be sacrificed first in Turner syndrome, Chris? The kidneys. Let's say you ask me, well, what kidney problem they're going to have? I say, okay, well, it's got to be something that has that considered poor development, right? That's why when they say horseshoe kidney, poor development, it's okay, fine, I'll take it. Okay, that way I don't have to go memorize it. What if I ask you, Gustavo, can you see an HSF defect in Turner's? Your answer is yes or no? Why, yes. No. I mean, how do you know Turner's can have ASDs? You gotta make it fit. Let me ask Nolan. No, that's not the cause for an ASD, increased afterload. Mayha. The heart is the second one that does what? Second organ with side effects? No, there's still something else. All right, let me give Karis one chance, Karis. Yeah, so ASD is consistent with something that did not develop, as in the atrial septum never finished developing. Now, nowhere in your books does it say Turner says ASDs, folks. But on the test question, that's the correct answer. That's why I said, if you only know what the book said, you don't realize you're way behind. Because you only know what the book said. That's one author. There's no way that's the end of it. Okay? Turner's coarctation of the aorta, number one, poor development. Bicuspid aortic valve, what's that? Poor development again. You're supposed to have 3 of them, you only have 2. Notice everything about this syndrome. I've got it under one roof, one pattern, that's it. That way I don't have to memorize any of this stuff. But on a test, if they put it there, say, yeah, why not? That's why I said, if you debate every detail, you're gonna talk yourself right out of the right answer. Okay? The key is create a pattern, become a pattern thinker. Because that way, whatever answer goes with pattern, you say, yeah. Whatever does not go with pattern, don't try to force it, just let it go. Why? That way you stay very accurate, 80 to 90% accurate. Okay? It'd be different if we're talking about small odds. We're talking about big odds here, folks. All right, so that's Turner syndrome. So here you are. Let me just finish this picture. Coarctation of the aorta. It means you got a narrowing. The narrowing can be before the left subclavian or after left subclavian. So they can make this anatomy question for anybody. All right. If you got the narrowing before the left subclavian, that means the pressure in the left arm is going to be lower than the right arm. So we call that differential pulses. You can feel their pulse. Strong in the right arm, weak in the left arm. That means the coarctation is right before the left subclavian. If the coarctation is after the left subclavian, then you're going to see strong pulses in the upper extremities, weak pulses in both lower extremities. So anytime they mention differential pulses, that's the language they'll use. It's coarctation. Doesn't matter if it's right versus left or up versus down. I don't care. It's coarctation. Yeah, I said, it doesn't matter if it's right pulse is stronger than left pulse, or upper pulse is stronger than lower extremity pulses, it's still coarctation. It doesn't matter where the narrowing is. Right, but it's going to be coarctation. This is in newborns we're talking about now. In adults, there's other things we can consider, but not in newborns. So coarctation of the aorta, number 1 for Turner syndrome, followed by bicuspid aortic valve. Bicuspid aortic valve will give you aortic stenosis in a young person, like in their 30s or 40s. To have severe aortic stenosis that young, only if you have bicuspid aortic valve. Would it be that severe so fast? Because you essentially have a narrowing from the day you were born. That turbulent flow will cause cellular death and calcifications, and then before you get severe stenosis. Any questions on coarctation of the aorta?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what's your question?
Listen, what's the last thing you said? You just said now. I didn't get you.
About what? I don't know. Oh, I said, yeah, bicuspid aortic valve, rather than 3, you have 2. That means you essentially have a narrow aortic valve. And so that turbulent flow will cause cells to die around that valve, and then they calcify, and that's how you get severe aortic stenosis at a young age. How do you keep a PDA open, Cynthia? Is the other one? I don't know what the other one is. What's the other one? Angie, help her out. Alprostadil is PGE analog. It's about alprostadil. Victoria, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I just generally about Turner's, if you don't do a genetic screening, can you see any of their defects in utero?
And the defective things in utero, that's a good question. If you got a really excellent ultrasonographer, you may see the coarctation. But that's
But
rare.
no, like you couldn't
Yeah.
tell the web neck or anything like that, or
No,
the
no, it's
Okay.
rare. We see that. We see it when they're born. Then you notice they
Okay.
got turned. Yeah. All right. The other, what you can see is sometimes you can see the cystic hygroma. You see this big bubble of liquid right around their neck. Yeah, that you can see in utero. But all the other stuff in the heart, and you can't really see. All right, let's stop here, and we'll take it from the trisomies after lunch. Start back at 1:20.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Get us some lunch. Hi, hey, hi guys. Hello. Hello. Anybody in the class?
I'll leave the mic. Yes, Mabel?
Oh, thank you, my love. Please, what did he say about is it bicuspid aortic valve? What did he say about classification about it? What did he say? Yeah, he said a bicuspid.
He said you have two valves instead of two leaves instead of three.
Oh, some other person? Yeah. Where are you talking? They can hear?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
What, did they answer the question?
I think
No. What did you say? They can
What's
have-
the question?
He mentioned bicuspid and aortic valve. So I want to know
Yeah.
what is it?
What is it?
He mentioned
Because I think the aortic valve is supposed to be born with three valves, like three little cusps on the valve. So if you're born with two, it's automatically narrowed from birth. So because it's narrowed, you have a lot of turbulence. If you have a lot of turbulence, there's calcifications and stuff. So now as you develop, the aortic valve is extremely narrow. So you're gonna have extreme narrowing.
Okay, so you're supposed to have three valves, right?
Yeah, so you
You're supposed
usually
to
have three.
But then you're born congenitally with only two. So there's more like it's more turbulent going through because it's a narrow valve. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
There's a lot, there's a lot, I have to like. Huh? I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like.
Yeah, he said he told him the other day.
That's really good. Rat is like when we, like if it were a vein. What? The rot system, like you know, that was rat. You know, the Brendan and intensity on those. Oh, that. I don't like that. I just think I just said it in like wrong. I don't like it. Okay, me traje mi mochila ya. I was gonna bring one just like that. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm ready. We can go far. I just need that. ¿Qué nos escucha? No he dicho nada mal. ¿Sí? Tengo que buscar. I know, yes it is. Yeah, I thought it was at this time. I didn't think you were oh, yeah. He is thinking his husband. Now I kind of do want to wish I had called the fact that. You know, it's really confusing. My husband is like, oh, qué mochilota. I'm like, oh, yeah, I think it's muchas cosas. Yeah. What is lunch? It's my mama's. And then I'm trying to normalize this schedule fast too. Before this meeting. Yeah, you have to make it.